their division in the World Championship of Bagpiping. Of course, he's sporting the Fitzpatrick target, so another round of applause for that.
Woo!
Thank you, Jen. All right. So, guys, welcome to our event. This is an event that's been a long time in the making. I'm very happy all of you guys could join us here today. My name is Ryan Fitzpatrick. If you don't know it, I'm the guy you've been emailing, or maybe you've seen me on Facebook. I parade as someone different on Facebook. I'm Eugene Fitzpatrick on Facebook, but it's me, it's the same guy. I'm part of the Fitzpatrick Mythology Clan Society, and now you are too, whether you like it or not. Thanks again, guys. I just want to welcome you guys all here. Just note that if you need to use the restrooms, they're at the back of the main lobby. So you just go back out to the main lobby and towards the rear. The men's room is on the left, the women's room is on the right. We have a nice smorgasbord of donuts, muffins, coffee. There's creamer, orange juice. Please take advantage, eat them. The donuts and a lot of the other things that are on that table were very kindly donated to us by the Lancor's kids who run Cider Belly Donuts. So I want to give a nice round of applause for Cider Belly Donuts. So please, we don't want to take any of this stuff home. Eat it all up today. We're also going to have a break for lunch. If there's anything you want to know, if you need a schedule, there's right over here. You can ask me. I'm going to get right into it with the State of the Clan address because we have a nice slate of presenters today. And I want to thank all of our presenters for coming from all parts of the country to be here today to present on topics for Fitzpatrick history, culture, genealogy, etc. So thank you. All right, so I'm going to start with the State of the Clan address. All right, we are Fitzpatricks, are we not?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. We're Fitzpatricks. We're united by a name. So where are these Fitzpatricks? Okay, and who are the Fitzpatricks? Everyone is, I think, familiar seeing that coat of arms. Someone has seen it, perhaps. If you go online, you do any kind of internet searching for the Fitzpatricks, you're going to find that image comes up pretty quickly. But really, we're named after St. Patrick. Okay, so in Irish, Asgailge, you have the name Mac Gilla Fodric, which is different than Fitzpatrick. Our name sounds very Norman, Fitz. Fitz is a corruption of the Latin term fiels, or filis rather. It gets turned into French fiels and then through the Normans into Fitz. And so our name is Fitzpatrick, but in Irish it's actually Mac Gilla Fodric. And people are sometimes thrown by the spelling, but that's how you say it. It's named for St. Patrick. It means the son of one who is devoted to, or the devotee of Patrick. And the implication is that it's not just any Patrick, it's Patrick. If you know who Patrick is, it's referring to St. Patrick. So there we have an image. And of course, he's the national saint of Ireland. So we bear, I think, a certain responsibility with this name, Fitzpatrick. We have to live up to it. You guys should know about him. You should know about his life. We actually have, in modern day, 2 of his writings exist and come down to us. We have his Confessio. At the end of his life, he made a confession of what he believes in his life story. It's a fantastic read. It's not very long. You can go online and read it in English. And then there's also something called the Epistle to Coroticus, or a letter to Coroticus, where Patrick, having been a slave as a child, taken away from his home, eventually rises, he becomes a bishop, goes back to Ireland, begins converting people, and a number of his converts were taken themselves as slaves. And so he wrote a very strongly worded letter against slavery to a man named Coroticus, who was a British warlord who had taken some of his new converts. Both are available online in English. You should check it out. It's fantastic. We bear the guy's name, and we have 2 of his writings. It's fascinating to know these things. But even though our name is named after St. Patrick, it's Mac Gilla Fodric, which means the son of somebody named Gillapatrick, right? Gillapatrick. His parents woke up when the kid was born, they named him Gillapatrick, the servant of Patrick. And it turns out that this was not an uncommon name, but it wasn't a popular name in Ireland. So there's a prominent lineage in the middle of Ireland, around the Kilkenny area, County Laois area, historically called Osriga or Osri, and the kings of that area wound up taking that name in succession quite a bit. So the descendants of those kings in Osriga or Osri were called Mac Gilla Patrick. Gillapatrick was a king. He died in the year 996, and so his sons took the name Mac Gilla Patrick, and it became kind of fixed at that point. The descendants of that lineage became Mac Gilla Patricks. But there are other Mac Gilla Patricks as well, because he wasn't the only Gillapatrick to have lived in Ireland. So if you look down at the bottom point right here, like most major clans, Fitzpatrick is what's called polygenetic. meaning that there are lots of Gilpatricks that sprung up over Ireland. They had descendants who also took the name Mac Gilpatrick. And in 1541, that main lineage in Ossory was given the name Fitzpatrick. And it appears now that we're not, this is from what we know, we've kind of gathered this, we're not all united by blood. We are, though, however, united all by a name. So all these different Gilpatricks that were living around Ireland, they all had their own descendants. And when the lead family in Ossory took the name Fitzpatrick in Upper Ossory in the 1500s, that became the standard way to translate the name. So you have lots of Fitzpatricks all over Ireland. They translated their name from Mac Gilpatrick, or even from there's another group in County Cavan, their name was O'Muelfatrick. And it means something very similar. Rather than Mac, it means O is the descendant of, and Whale also means a follower of, more of in a religious sense or a monastic sense. And Patrick is Patrick. So you have another family with a slightly different name in Irish, O'Muelfatrick, also becoming Fitzpatrick. So as the Irish anglicized their names, anyone who had the name Mac Gilpatrick or even O'Muelfatrick became Fitzpatrick. And as time went on, I think a lot of the memory for most of these other groups was lost. And what you read about in the books is just about the Fitzpatricks of Ossory. When you crack a book open on Fitzpatricks, that's almost always what you encounter because they were prominent, they owned land. It's not as if anyone has a bias about this, it's simply just that people write about what is prominent. So where are we? All right, we're all over the world, aren't we? Yeah, but where are we most? Right? So where are we right now? In Albany, New York, which is a fantastic place to be. I often say that Albany, New York is the capital of the universe because what's the biggest, strongest, best country in the world right now?
America.
America, yeah, without question. Kevin says America, right? What's the best state in America?
New York.
Well, Kevin would say New York, right? Yeah. What's the capital of New York?
Albany.
Albany, right? Yeah. And there's no one else outside of Earth, so that makes Albany, New York, the capital of the universe. So it's great to be here in the universal capital. But really, where are the Fitzpatricks around the world? BarryGriffin.com has an excellent website where they've cracked open census records and they've turned them into heat maps of population statistics. Okay, so what we're looking at right now are two maps from BarryGriffin.com. They're side by side. They're drawing off of the 1901 census data. The first map that has much more red on it is the name Fitzpatrick scattered around Ireland in a snapshot. You're looking only at 1 year, right? How was the name scattered around Ireland in 1901? And you can see it's quite a bit. But you can see that as the color darkens in certain places, there are concentration groups, spots where the name Fitzpatrick clusters up. And we can look at these and we can assume that these are ancestral populations. The second map, which has sort of lighter images, that's Fitzpatricks that were landed, meaning they owned the land that they were cultivating or they sat on. And to me, that's a better indicator of more ancestral ties to the land because those landowners would have been entrenched there. They wouldn't have been migratory populations if you're a landowner. So whereas we're going to look at some maps in a little bit that show Fitzpatrick migrations, that second map is a better indicator of long-standing genetic groups. Okay, now some of these might be related to each other, some might not be. They might not be independent, but what it shows are clusters around certain counties in Ireland that you can trace your lineage to, and by and large, those lineages have been attached to that land for a very, very long time. So you can see that there are two big ones right in the middle. Oops, let me go back here, get my laser pointer. So when I talked about Osriga or Ossory is the western third of County Laois up here, and it extended over most of what's County Kilkenny. So we can assume that a lot of these guys that are in here are from that lineage. That other big lineage up here in County Cavan, which rivals the group down here in terms of numbers, is up here, County Cavan. And there's other population groups. There's a significant population group around Down. There's one in Clare. There's one here in Cork. There's one in Kerry. There's a smaller group down here in Cork. There's one in Carlow and Kildare. And I'm not quite sure what to do with Dublin. Dublin is too much of a mix. I mean, it's more of an urban environment. It's been so settled. I'm not quite sure to call any of those guys in the Dublin area that ancient. I'm not quite sure. But in 1901, there's always going to be a big population group in Dublin. So we'll have to take that with a grain of salt. But I've outlined them here just to give people a better sense of it. These rings that I've drawn, I just drew around the landowning Fitzpatricks. They're not necessarily always going to be genetically distinct. For example, there are some Fitzpatricks out here in the Aran Islands. Okay, that's pretty far out there. But they're actually genetically from the County Laois group. So it's not always so clear cut. There might be some mixing and there might be some far-flung populations. We need to do more research about this, but we can see that there are some major groups here. This is from another website that has more modern data, and I believe, I'm not exactly sure where they're drawing the data from. They might be drawing it from either modern censuses in Ireland, or they could also be using telephone directories, believe it or not. It's a source. But this is showing 2018 and 19 data on where Fitzpatricks in Ireland are today. So we've got, of course, a huge cluster in Dublin. So modern times, things have really packed up in Dublin, which was to be expected. But if you look, you can carefully see what's going around. And there are still clusters in all of those groups that I just pointed out. This map does not cover what's now Northern Ireland, because of course in 1901 they hadn't divided yet. So remember, we'll come back to this group up here and down. But if you look, the major population groups, those are the same rings from the last slide. They do sort of fit. So even today, in 2019, if you go to those areas where the Fitzpatricks are most prominent, where those landowning Fitzpatricks held, you're going to find Fitzpatricks still there today, residing on the land that their ancestors once resided on, or in that vicinity, which is a fascinating thing to me. You know, given the fact that the modern world is so upon us and people are flying all over the planet, you can go still in Ireland today, go back and try to make a connection. And that's very important to us on this side of the Atlantic, I think. When we go to Ireland, people who are in this group are more genealogy minded. When we go there, we're always trying to go there to make a connection. And I'm sure the natives probably just, you know, I don't know how much they can endure it, but but they know that that's why we're there, right? So hopefully within this group, you guys, each of you, can make a connection to a specific point in Ireland, and later on we're going to have the Lancors talking about how that might be possible, how to pinpoint your ancestry in Ireland, which is very important for a lot of us. People sometimes get stuck on the brick wall and they're not able to actually, you know, get over that hurdle. All right, so just some ranking right here. Where does the name Fitzpatrick sit in Ireland? Well, in 1992, 1997, it was kind of mid-ranking. It was the 60th most popular name in Ireland, according to telephone directory data. By 2014, forebears.io, the website, puts the Fitzpatrick name at 41. That's a huge jump in population between the 90s and the 2000s. But surnamemap.e, that's the whole link. EU, it should be EU, right? Yeah, thank you. I'm missing the U there. That was the black and white map with the little red dots that we were just looking at. That was, they say it's current data. They put us at 48. Okay, and they don't rank individuals. It's confusing. They rank families. So they counted 1,557 Fitzpatrick families, whereas Forebears counts 16,100 individuals. So take it what you will. These are the stats I found online. I'm not a statistician, so I'm just reporting. But in the UK, because the Northern Ireland has a significant population of Fitzpatricks, I had to go to the UK map, and here you can see another big groups of Fitzpatricks living on the island next door. A number in Scotland, and of course a number in England. So if you remember that down group we couldn't see before, oops, the laser pointer again. We're looking down here in the County Down group. They're very significant to Counties Down and County Antrim. Big populations there. There's some in Donegal. And then of course, Central Scotland is a massive cluster of Fitzpatricks. And we have people in our group who are longtime members in this group who come from Scotland. Some live there today. I think we even have one guy. Where'd he go? Your hand up. There he is. Yeah. We were just talking about how the strip of territory between Edinburgh and Glasgow is because of the Industrial Revolution. When all the factories opened up there and also around Liverpool and outside of London, it was a huge draw on the Irish to go find work. So there was a flooding of Irish immigrants, and we can pretty much assume that wherever Irish immigrants go, the trend is going to be the same, you know, for our surname. It's reasonable to assume that. Okay, so in the world, it turns out, according to forebears.io, we are the 5,210th most numerous surname in the world, and I think that says a lot, so that's good for us. An estimated 109,000 people plus bear the name, but roughly half of all Fitzpatricks in the world live in the United States. And that's because the Irish-American population is massive. We have half the world's diaspora within our borders. Most of them, however, are concentrated around where we are right now, in the northeast part of the country, southeast Canada, northeast United States of America. And of course, that's where our urban center is, and it's also on the Atlantic seaboard, where we're going to have a close proximity to Europe. That's one of the great things about living on the East Coast, is that even though we can bridge to the West Coast, to the Pacific, it's not too far for us to get back to Ireland. A lot of people living in Australia or elsewhere, they have to pay a very expensive plane ticket to get back to the international gatherings. But for us, it's a little bit closer, it's a little bit quicker, and we have a lot of deep history here, going back even to the 1700s here, and maybe even 1600s here on the East Coast. So this is a heat map from Forebears for the name Fitzpatrick all over the world. And of course, it's going to be more prominent in the English-speaking world, in the Anglophone lands. Okay? And again, the United States of America is going to be number one. The greatest density of Fitzpatricks, however, per capita, still remains in Ireland. Okay? The population being what it is, if you're going just for per capita density, still Ireland has the most of us per square mile. But we have way more numbers. And so you can see a ranking of countries with the occurrence of the name. They've split Ireland and Northern Ireland up into two separate things because politically they are two different countries. So you have the Republic. So if you want to get a better gauge for whole Ireland, just combine the stats for the Republic and Northern Ireland. And I'll try to make this PowerPoint available if anyone wants it. I mean, these stats are online. It's a quick look up, but I assembled them all here. Okay, heat map of just US specifically. 32.3 million Irish Americans, that's 10% of the whole US population, and that's almost 7 times the population of the island itself, of Ireland. So we have huge concentrations on both coasts, New York and California, respectively, because of the cities that they have there, Florida as well. But if you look at the Northeast, you can see just how dark it is, and especially Massachusetts. Massachusetts and New England, being Boston, that was a main point of emigration, they also have incredible Fitzpatrick numbers. So as we go about our business trying to reconnect with ancestors and living descendants of those ancestors, trying to meet family members working within the clan society, we're in a fantastic location to do it. By state, of course, New York is the most populous place where you're going to have the name Fitzpatrick occur the most. California, Massachusetts, Florida, Pennsylvania. Most of these states, however, are in the Northeast. Moving on, if you just count metro areas, Trulia, which is a real estate website, ranks, now this is not Fitzpatrick specific, this is Irish specific, so general Irish Americans. And again, we can expect our name to follow general Irish American trends. Boston, of course, is where you're going to have the greatest concentration, percentage-wise, of Irish ancestry. 20% of Boston is Irish. And Middlesex County, Massachusetts, Peabody, also around Boston. Albany, New York, ranks as number 4. So where we are right now is the 4th most Irish place by percentage in the United States, which is fantastic. And I'll say that a lot of Fitzpatrick's in Ronan's book, if you've ever, that's a tome, Ronan and Steve published a list of all the descendants of the Baron of Upper Ossory. A number of them are here. And I know that you guys we have quite a few, so I'll let you guys do a little cheering a little bit. But Worcester, Massachusetts, Camden, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Long Island is incredibly Irish American. That's where I grew up, that's where my brothers are from. Let's take a look at a map there. Again, another heat map, just general Irish populations living in America. There are specific clusters and enclaves. I noticed that this map, however, pointed out that Rensselaer is 25.8. So you can see down here in the eastern half of New York, throughout Massachusetts, there's a strip, and I think Dan's going to talk about this later. If you're traveling from Boston west, you're going to be actually going through this corridor, and it's all Irish. It's a ton of Irish people living in there. And he'll explain why later. Most Irish towns and cities in New York. We're in the city of New York. Well, number 1 is Pearl River. Okay, it's the number 1 most Irish American town by percentage of Irish ancestry in the state. If you ever listen to a band called Gersha, they're from Pearl River. They're fantastic. They play up here. But number 2 happens to be my hometown. I grew up in Sayville, New York. There's a slew of Fitzpatricks in Sayville that are unrelated. In fact, we got Paul over here. Paul Fitzpatrick, raise your hand for a second. Paul's brother, I met Paul through the Clan Society, but his brother was my earth science teacher growing up. Yeah, I did great in that class. Yeah, his brother Frank. And we have a guy in the DNA study who didn't know about, his name is not even Fitzpatrick, his last name is Keyes. He takes a DNA test, turns out that he's got Fitzpatrick DNA. It's somewhat close to mine, and he lives in my town. This man's name is Tom Keyes, and I grew up going to school in the same grade as his son, who's also Tom Keyes. And I had no idea. I said, I'm reading emails on the email list, And I said, oh, this guy has a name Tom Keyes. Well, that's funny, I grew up with the Tom Keyes, but I didn't think they were the same guy. Turns out they're the same guy. He lives around the corner from me. So my hometown, number 2 Irish town in New York State, has a slew of Fitzpatricks in it, and I just think that it's fantastic. I wouldn't, if the Clan Society hadn't been doing its thing with the email list and the DNA project, I never would have made that connection, right? But I wound up doing shots in this basement one night, talking all about it. One of the times I went to go visit home. But if you notice, this list is dominated by Long Island, right? So you have Garden City, Rockville Center, East Islip, Massapequa Park, Babylon, Floral Park, Willow Place, Westside. In the top 10, aside from Pearl River, the other 9 are all on the South Shore, mainly on the South Shore of Long Island. So we'll map those out for you. Pearl River is up here on the Hudson, just north of the city. This is where I grew up at number 2, Sayville. It's where, if anyone saw my mom earlier here today, she left at 5 o'clock in the morning from Sayville and drove up here. And my brothers are right here. Chris was there this morning, right? But it's a very Irish place. And you have all the numbers there. 7 and 10 are close together, so they couldn't fit on the same teardrop. And we come now to the Albany Fitzpatricks, a very significant group. So if anyone knows, or if you don't know, Steve Zalewski and Dr. Ronan Fitzpatrick published a list of the descendants of the Baron of Upper Ossory going down to the 15th generation. And they put out 2 editions of this book. The last one was published in 2013, I believe. And a number of the descendants of the Baron of Upper Ossory came to reside here in Albany, and their graves are here today. And there are Fitzpatrick populations that connect to them, and there are also Fitzpatrick populations that don't. We also have a guy in our study who's a Fitzgerald, Joe or Maurice, if you know him. His earliest known Irish ancestor on this side of the Atlantic is buried here in Albany. So there are, and he's also classed genetically in our DNA group. So we have significant populations of Fitzpatricks here in Albany. Anyone here from Albany? Put your hands up. I know you are. Yeah, do a little. Yeah, of course you are. Yeah, yeah, of course, right? So this is also a great place if people are coming to look for ancestral graves. The graveyards here are the places to go. You get information from them. And if anyone wants help finding which graveyard is where, please email me. I'll be able to help you out with that. I've even, for William Fitzpatrick, if anyone knows William in County Laois, he's asked me to go take pictures of some of his relatives' graves that are here in Albany. And I've been able to do that. I've had the opportunity. I can't do it all the time, but when I can get to them, I'll get to them. So please, if you're in Albany Fitzpatrick and you're not able to get to Albany, please email me on the clan email listserv, and I'll help you out. Okay? But Albany was a historic port of immigration, and it makes sense why there's so many that were there. So now we come to the state of the society, and I got to do a little time check. Good, I got a few minutes left. So our society is the it's the Fitzpatrick Macular Fodder Clan Society. It's a big name, but where are we at? Well, it started in 1993 with this man. This is Dr. Ronan Fitzpatrick. If you don't know him, you got to know him. This is his long-suffering wife, Marie. I'm kidding, Marie. But the 2 of them, Steve Zalewski and he, were the first to really publish the list of descendants, and that's how the group started. He was interested in trying to find a connection to the Baron, so he started doing incredible research, and he published this book. There's very limited copies of the book, but I think there might be one appearing tonight at dinner. It's a very, very significant work in terms of Fitzpatrick history and heritage. It's a touchstone, a landmark of genealogy.
Brian?
Yes?
Right there's one you can show to the people.
Oh, thank you. John. John brought his copy. Looks like this. It's heavy. It's heavy. I mean, literally, it's going down to generations, and his citations, and he and Steve, they put so much work into it. I couldn't even imagine producing something like that. But he first organized the society, and it grew leaps and bounds, and now it's a worldwide society. And he continues to lead it as the acting chair. This is our website, www.fitzpatricksociety.com. We don't come up, we don't have good search engine results at the moment. We're going to try to fix that. So if you just Google it, it might not come up. But please put it in the URL, www.fitzpatricksociety.com. You can find our site. We're also on Facebook. And we now created a YouTube channel to get to these live broadcasts. So what's our membership at? It's tough to say, but here are some indicators. As of right now, our email list has over 160 people on it who use it to chat about things. And most of those people are quiet, but sometimes they get discussions, and there's a lot of people that are reading and not participating. But of course, the group is much bigger than 160. Our official Facebook group that has our name is over 765. I've even gotten a few requests even just within the past few hours. So I know that we're growing. That is 125 plus more than where we were last year. So in 1 year, we've acquired 125 people. Our unofficial group, there's another group on Facebook called the Fitzpatrick Clan. That's a Fitzpatrick Clan. It's not officially affiliated with us, but I run it, and it's over 1,836 people. So that's a lot of Fitzpatricks. And if any one of them are looking for information, we're able to actually splash something over there, and you never know what kind of hits come back. It's a huge portion of the world's Fitzpatricks online. It's probably the biggest online concentration of Fitzpatricks in the world. Ronan does gatherings every couple of years. Every so often he'll throw an international gathering in Ireland. Sometimes they're at 100, sometimes they're at 60, so I'm going to average around 80 plus people, give or take, that actually meet every few years in Ireland. Right now, at this regional gathering, we have 32 people, and we have over 100 people that have signed up for our website. You can actually sign up and put your brick wall ancestor on our website. So altogether, we're looking very healthy, and we have upward growth, and we're growing tremendously. We have all of our aims listed on our website. You can go there and read them, but some of them are to unite all Fitzpatricks in one society. It's a lot better if we all work together, we stick together, we can share information in a very easy way. It's much harder if we splinter and fragment away from each other, and it actually impedes the work of many people. So it's better for us, no matter what DNA group you're in, no matter what ancestor you might have or what surname you have, it doesn't matter if you're Fitzpatrick or not. If you have any Fitzpatrick ancestry or DNA, if you want to try to link up or you just like the history, it's best to have it in one group because we can so much more easily share information and make connections. And Ronan's group has done that. People have actually met living relatives, which is great. We are looking for a clan chief. That is one stated goal. The descendants of the Osprey chiefs, we're trying to find that. We'll see how that goes. Any chiefs from any other lineages, absolutely. If there are some, if we can find it. And we'd like to hold more of these. This is a regional gathering. This is a new thing that we're trying to do. It's expensive and hard for people to get to Ireland. So if people can initiate more regional gatherings like this around the world, and even around Ireland, I think that will help a lot, and I think that'll gain traction and keep people in. You never know who you'll find just because they saw something online. They said, hey, there's a regional gathering going on. I didn't know. Just even last night in the hotel lobby, we met some guy. He liked my flag. He's not a Fitzpatrick. He comes up and he goes, oh, Fitzpatrick, oh, my wife's mother is a Fitzpatrick. I said, oh, get the heck out. And we just started a conversation with a random stranger based on the flag that we had in the lobby. So we have events here. We've done other events too. Last summer and this summer, I also ran a Fitzpatrick clan tent at the local Scottish Games, the Capital District Scottish Games. Dan and Paul were there for that, and Melissa. And they're a great thing. To tent at an open outdoor event is fantastic because you can hit thousands of people. We had several hundred people come to our tent. Not one of them, I believe, was a Fitzpatrick at this year's event. I had one lady who said she saw all this stuff and she said, oh, Fitzpatrick, and her jaw dropped and she couldn't say anything. And I said, oh, do you have the Fitzpatrick connection? And she very excitedly said, yes. And I said, all right, where are your Fitzpatricks from? And she said, County Cork. And I said, oh, that's a rare group, let's talk. So for 5 minutes I'm going on about Fitzpatricks. And I said, and what was your ancestor's name? And she goes, Patrick Fitzgerald. And I said, oh, that's a different family. That's a different family. But it was funny. And I'm going to be doing that again next year, so if anyone wants to come out and march with us, please see me. But if you have other local gatherings and outdoor events, we'd love to have you set up a tent. You can see me on how to do that and how to arrange stuff, and I'll help you. I'll try to guide you through the process. It's great. It's great. This is where everyone here today is from. Everyone who's sitting in the room that registered, these are your states. I'm very happy. I hope I didn't miss anybody here. We even have people from Canada and as far away as California, which is just a great blessing to me. I think it's tremendous that people are willing to travel that distance. So a round of applause to all of you guys. Thank you for coming and making this event very special. As I wrap things up, because I'm already exceeding my time here, we're doing research. We're all taking our own interests in researching our own family history, but we're also trying to find out about different surnames. I don't know if Ronan or Steve might publish another edition of their book. That's up to them. I can't make any promises, but if people are interested, I think that it's an excellent thing to have. Reprinting costs money, so please, if you want, maybe we can get a conversation started on the email list about paying for that. There are other surnames attached to us. Costigan, Brennan, Broderick, Dalton, Dooley, and Fitzgerald all have very interesting connections that we want to do more research about. Arms and heraldry, I've discovered a whole bunch of new coats of arms in a couple of sources. Ronan is a big fan of that. The Old Patricks and how do they fit in with the other Fitzpatricks of Ireland, and individual lines of descent, and anything else you guys can think of. These are just some of the things that people are actively researching right now. If you want to subscribe to the list, please send an email to that address, and in the message write subscribe-clan your underscore first name, your underscore last name, and leave the subject line blank, and you can get plugged into our emails. They're free, and if ever you want to stop, you can unsubscribe, because sometimes people take conversations very far. And that's it, guys. That's it for my presentation. So I thank you all for coming, and I'm looking forward to the next slate of presenters. Thank you very much. Okay, all right, so now our second presenter, I'll stay up here as MC. We're going to have a presentation from Stephanie Barrett from the New York State Library, who's going to be talking about all the wonderful resources that are upstairs. So just so you know, this is the Cultural Education Center, this whole building. The bottom floor where we're at now is part of the New York State Museum. So oftentimes when people say, oh, where are you? You say, oh, the museum. But above the museum, this is an 11-story building, above it is the New York State Library. And they have vast troves of untouched knowledge. Who knows what's up there? We're about to find out. And above the New York State Library is the New York State Archives. So this is a one-stop shop for all sorts of nerding out. If you want to come here and you want to research, you want to find documents, you want to find records, you want to find books, you want to find lots of things, this facility is going to have it. So please welcome Stephanie Barrett from the New York State Museum, from the New York State Library, giving her talk, Irish Genealogical Records at the New York State Library.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much for having me. I'm one of the senior librarians at the New York State Library, and I've been doing genealogy since I was 16, so you'd think I'd be a lot further along, but... I see. You're not supposed to do this with your thumb if you have a big thumb. So the New York State Library, we've got over 20 million items. We started off as the library for the state of New York. They wanted to read books in the old days in the state capitol, so everybody pulled their stuff. There's a small room in the Capitol. About 1911, there was this fire. Don't let the fire deter you. That's kind of one of the themes of the talk here. The fire did destroy a lot of early records, but what happened was there was sort of a call out and people sent other things in. So some of the crispy stuff was replaced. We have major holdings in law, medicine. American and New York State history is kind of where we stick to in terms of history, although you'll find stuff from a lot of other places. Genealogy, we were part of, there was a United States newspaper project about 20 years ago that was seriously concentrating on gathering some of these old newspapers that were stuck in people's attics and getting them placed on microfilm. And one of the themes I'm going to try to talk about as we go along is that newspapers on microfilm circulate on interlibrary loan. So we will look things up for people, but if it's going to be one of those things where you're going to be sitting there and you're going to be going through a whole reel of microfilm, that's not something we could undertake, but you could borrow the microfilm and do it yourself. We are part of the New York State Education Department, so we have a large collection on education. We have a lot of federal documents, which for genealogy purposes, it depends on what your ancestor actually did, because there are some circumstances where they have, somebody would send in a petition to their congressman, and their congressman would get this little individual law passed to help this person out. A lot of it would kind of follow disasters like the Titanic and things like that, but you never know. We have a lot of New York State documents, and we have all sorts of different kinds of materials. So people often think of books, and we do have about 7 miles of book stacks, but there's still a lot of other things. There we go. Most of the books that circulate are in closed stacks. So if you were, reasonably close, what you do is you go to the online catalog, you see what you can find, and give us a call or an email before you come down, and anything that's in closed stacks will pull ahead of time so that you can actually take a look at it without waiting. Now that we're open 9:30 to 5 Monday through Saturday, which is a bit of a new thing for us because they stopped doing that in the 1950s. And many people never forgot, and they brought it up. And so for about, I think we're going on our 8th year or so, we're now open on Saturdays, which has been very useful for people who are doing genealogy, because we're now open when people can actually get to us. So if you were looking for a book on Irish history, then that's where you want to have it pulled ahead of time. Most of the genealogy stuff we keep on the public floor where people can just go up and use it. And we have some volunteers from the Capital District Genealogical Society who come in during the week and can spend more time with you, kind of going through what you would need. For the rest of us, what we generally will prefer to do is send us your question by email or call us on the phone, and then we can kind of a little bit ahead of time find the person you're looking, or find something where we can kind of say, okay, this is where you might want to start, or give you a list of where all the church, or a lot of the church records are going to be, and kind of put it into some sort of order. And the other part about the whole thing is that we share an online catalog with our friends upstairs in the New York State Archives, and with our sister unit, the Manuscripts and Special Collections Unit. And because we also share a catalog with something called the Historic Documents Inventory. And that Historic Documents Inventory contains items that are not in the State Library, because one of the things that we kind of pride ourselves in is, if really the person you need to talk to is Ryan, we'll point you to Ryan. We won't pretend that we have stuff we don't have. So we want to get people to the information they need to get to where they can do their genealogy. And actually the most important part of our oops, and of course I hit that instead of a little pointer thingy. Oh, I don't have very good luck with that little pointer. But in the lower half of the page, that Ask a Librarian is the most important thing, because we want you to ask us so that we can point you in the right direction. Don't, it's a big floor and there's a lot of stuff on it, and there may be stuff buried in drawers, and there's going to be stuff in manuscripts and special collections. And one of the things that we share with our friends in manuscripts is that we both have, in addition to the online catalog, an old-fashioned card catalog. And in that old-fashioned catalog are materials where some of our genealogical volunteers in the past, because that one closed in 1986, went through some of the things like the New York Genealogical and Biographical Register and the DAR books, and they indexed it so that we can kind of more easily have a gateway into that. Of course, that was pre-PC, but that kind of provides another gateway into material. So the online catalog will give you an idea, but it won't necessarily lead you to everything. And the other thing is there's a lot of stuff that doesn't show up in the catalog. So the name of the newspaper will show up, but the different ways that you can get to a specific article on your ancestor may not show up there. Now, when you go into the online catalog, one of the reasons I wanted to sort of illustrate some of this is because when you put in like Irish in history, you're going to get, there's a lot of books on the Irish and the Civil War. There's books like The Irish Bridget and Searching for Jimmy. And the thing about that is if you can't get to your actual ancestor, you can probably find something that's going to give you an idea of what your ancestor's life was like after they got to America. So that kind of thing is really, I think it's really interesting because, you want to know the personal things. There's a lot of other sources for that too, but you want to know more personal things. So archives, for both archives and manuscripts and special collections, it's even more important that you give them a call because their items are accessed by for the most part, by what's called finding aids. And they're not all online yet. We're getting more and more manuscript finding aids online so that you can put somebody's name in there and find them. And the archives has recently, I liked it better when they did it the other way, but I get old-fashioned sometimes. But they have a general search box where you can put somebody's name in on their homepage, which the only reason I don't like it is you have to kind of delve into it a little bit further before you can tell. Like if I know I'm looking for somebody that was in the Civil War, I don't know if I've pulled up the right one until I've gotten a little bit further in the process. A lot of our city directories, what we have on the website is a list of the ones we have in microfilm. We don't have a list of the print ones, so we may have more city directories than you think. City directories, phone books, and specific newspaper articles are some of the things that we can do a lookup for and let you know if it's there. I just wanted to say a little more about the archives in terms of genealogical records. Most of those are going to be very early records. So they have like some really early things when marriages were done in early America, some of those, but there's not going to be as much specific, like in the Erie Canal records, they don't have a lot of the records of the workers, but there's some really interesting things that turn up there. Okay, that's HDI. And like I said, most everything is done through the 7th floor. And we do have parking on either side of the building, free on Saturdays. And it gets cheaper as you go through the day during the week, so it's free after 2 during the week. When you're looking for your ancestors, I always think, it's such a temptation to want to just leap across and go, it's got to be there somewhere. But you need to find absolutely everything you can find in America first. And the kind of the low-hanging fruit is the census. New York, fortunately, has a lot of surviving state censuses done every 5 years in between the decennial the 10-year U.S. censuses, except for what I would kind of call the oops census, because for some reason, it's kind of helpful to us because there's no 1890 federal, or not a lot of 1890 federal census that survived, but our census is in 1892. And The reason I think it almost had to be an oops census is because it's got the person's name, how old they were, and where they're from. And that's kind of it. So all these other censuses, you have these interesting pieces of information that can kind of lead you into something else. In 1892, it's kind of a count of people, but at least it does tell you where your ancestor was then, and particularly if you're in a place that didn't really have a city directory, because it kind of depends upon the size of the town as to whether or not they actually had a city directory. 1875 has the name of the county they came from, which can be very helpful. When you're looking for genealogies and you put in the surname and the word family and then the word and then the surname and the word genealogy to get as much stuff as comes in. And so I happened to find a Pasquini Bryan Family History and Genealogy papers. Yes, we're still taking donations. When people have family papers, we like to keep those on record. And that one it's showing is in manuscripts and special collections. You can come up with different genealogies. Anything that's going to say RF is generally considered to be a reference book and won't circulate. Now, we recently got a large collection from the Holland Society of materials in their library. We did not get the family files. The family files are still in New York City. But we did get the books, and a lot of those they might be a copy too, and if we have a copy too, we'll let that go circulate. So you're always looking for how many copies of it. And then the last thing on this list is a list of papers, and those turn up in a repository, and when you get to the repository, you have to pull up that full catalog record, click on the blue link, and then you can find out where they're hiding the papers. So for a lot of us, what we end up doing, you go through the census, you go through that in as much detail as you can, and that's generally what I would consider the low-hanging fruit, because they're on Ancestry, they're on Family Search, and we also have them on microfilm. So they're pretty much going to be, if they're still extant, they're going to be accessible to us. What we have in the library is what's called Ancestry Library Edition, and people who work with people who have there are people who have their own Ancestry subscription that are going, well, that's not very interesting, and I'm like, it's not as good as the subscribed version, and in some cases it's not. You can't work with DNA, you can't do some of that other stuff, but you can get 2 original records from Ireland. So I consider that with my personal subscription to Ancestry is just the United States. And so I consider that with the library, that's what you're getting that you might not get elsewhere. And then we are a Family Search affiliate library, which means that if you don't find your census on Family Search, you can come to us and it'll be on site here. And there's other affiliate libraries throughout the country, so if you're from somewhere that isn't New York or within reasonable driving distance, really check on their website, because there are going to be other affiliates. And the way the census works, just because of indexing, and the fact that some people had worse handwriting than I do, which I almost don't believe is possible, but it seems to be, sometimes you have to go to those print indexes. Because the reality is very few of our ancestors were fishing when the census people came along, because they do what they do nowadays. And they come back. So nobody around could have been fishing every day, or, could have not had anybody around. So the chances are they're there, they're just hiding because of the indexing. So that's another thing we can do. We can check the print index to see if we can find the page numbers. And if you've got the page number, then you can actually get to it electronically. So there's ways around everything. But what happens is, for most of us, we can go boom, 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 back quite nicely, and then we hit 1840 and bump our nose. Because there isn't a lot of other things. And that's when we start to get into some of this fun stuff, the church records. And what you would do in the catalog is you could put in births or marriages, and you could add baptisms to that, but I didn't want to make it a search string the size of Kansas. And you put in the word and the county you're interested in. And you can get all of the records for Albany. And what's been really nice lately is the American Canadian Genealogical Society has started to publish Catholic records, because for a long time there was a prevalence of Protestant records, and there really wasn't a whole lot for people who were Catholic. They were, kind of stuck in the parish in a box somewhere. And so we've been trying to buy as many of these records, and there's quite a few that are local for this area that have come out. And then the next fun thing is maps and land records, kind of using those to get an idea of where somebody lived, how they lived. And this is where some of the maps, in this case I just put in the word land patent, and the first one is a map of Schoharie Township, and that one's up in manuscripts. The second one on this list is Secretary statements of issued lands in the military tract and land sales in other areas, and that's in the state archives. What we have that comes most to my mind down in the library are Sanborn maps, and also the Library of Congress land use maps, which are a lot easier to make a copy of sometimes from the fiche than they are from other formats. And then there's a whole lot of individual maps of cities and towns. This was a close-up of Newburgh, where they had the full map available. This one is actually from our digital collections. Our digital collections, I guess I would describe as, I hate to use the word random, because that's a kind of a weird word to use, but they have a lot of state documents because we're the official repository of state documents. They have a lot of items from manuscripts where for some reason we were scanning it, we've added it to the digital collections. And there is, of course, an unreasonable number of federal documents. But then we also did a lot of city, or a lot of county area genealogies where we could. What we tried to do, kind of eschewing centralization, but trying not to reinvent the wheel, was that if something was already digitized and easily accessible, we didn't deliberately try to go out and do it. And because we're a library, we tried to avoid the problem that Google Books has of not knowing when the copyright date is. So we use 1925 as our cutoff date for copyright. But there are some county and town and local histories that are going to show up when you click on digital collections. And then the fun stuff, New York State newspapers. The nice thing about newspapers is that depending on where you're from, people were incredibly chatty. I mean, I have a friend who's really anti-Facebook, and she's like, why would people publish, that they went out to dinner? And I go to the Kingston newspaper, and I take a look at it, and I'm like, well, my relatives did, and they did it way before Facebook. They were going around in the 1800s saying, Julia Pratt went to have dinner with her son Stanley. And they weren't going that far to do it, but they published it. And you find out, who was friends with who, and that kind of thing, which can be really important as you start to go and trace your ancestors to Ireland. You want to know who their friends were and who their relatives are, because in some cases, I've mentioned earlier these, wills and things like that, and sometimes it's not your particular ancestor that wrote the will that said where everybody came from. Sometimes it's their brother or their cousin that's got the will, and you can tell that's where they came from, and then you've got an idea, because if you don't have any records to tell you, it gets really bad. I mean, we face this a lot in New York because, no offense to anybody from California, but we'll get letters from California and from Michigan and other places where they'll say their ancestor came from New York. And we have to take a deep breath, because that doesn't help you any. And it's the same thing, of course, your ancestor came to Ireland, but although it's not as big as, the United States, it's still a pretty large territory if you can't narrow it down to somewhere. So you're looking for all those clues, and a great place also to find some of those clues is in the newspaper. And one of the things to not be deterred by are the dates that something may appear in the newspaper. So in some cases, the way that you find out where somebody is from, it may not be in the, it could be something kind of sideways. One story I know is somebody's immigrant ancestor, their father died, and it's in the father's obituary, or the grandfather's story, because the granddaughter was the one that went back to Scotland to deal with problems, and so it's in hers. So the newspapers in microfilm, you would access by clicking on New York State newspapers here, and it will bring you to a list of newspapers by city. You can also go in by county, and that's particularly helpful if you're not sure what city is exactly where. And you get there, and then you get a list of this. And what I did was I brought this over. These are New York City newspapers, but one of the things that is interesting with some of these Irish newspapers is that people subscribe to them in places where, upstate New York. So you may very well get notes or advertisements for people who are not just in New York City. Because one of the things, I'm going to go back to this other slide here. because I wasn't sure how long-winded I was going to be, but, so I kind of, if you go over to looking up several from newspapers, internet bibliographies, and I know the Lancors are gonna talk more about this later, because, so I'm gonna just sort of skim over it a little bit. But if you go to internet bibliographies, one of the things I've been keeping is a bibliography of online newspapers that are available for the state of New York, where you can search them for free online. Now, one of the ones that is very popular is FultonHistory.com. In FultonHistory.com, if you get a newspaper article and you look at it and you say, you know, I really wish this was a better copy, please send us an email, give us a call. We will take a look at the original and see, because when he was first starting out, he wasn't scanning as well as he's been scanning in the past. And so sometimes the original is in much better shape. City directories, there's, we have both, like I said, both print and microfilm versions of the city directories. It's a all over the United States set, and there's some cases where they sort of combined different areas there as well. So we'll always be happy to check and see if your place is included. And this is where it's, we have a site index, and that's generally the best place to go to find things on our website. You can put things in the search box and they'll pop up, but I kind of like using the index because it works more like a print index. And so it will show you the different types of directories, the formats they're in. And one of the things we'll be happy to do is, like, if you're coming from somewhere far away, and this is with the church and the city directories, there are places where Albany Public Library may have more than we do. We'll be happy to let you know what the differences are. And the other key thing for doing Albany research is the Albany County Hall of Records. They have fantastic finding aids on their website, and you can kind of compare where the different, I mean, we overlap in a lot of cases as well, but where the different church records are, because it's, you know, it's big city and we didn't all coordinate. And this is one of the things that I enjoy about seeing the city directories, is that you can see more what people were doing, whether they were living near where they boarded, and you can get an idea of different people and what they were working on, and it gives you, I think, a little bit different of a perspective than the census does, and you can get some ideas about occupations. You know, kind of lets you, especially if you're talking about really early things, you can't always guarantee it. I started getting more into my different kinds of genealogy, and sometimes, you know, somebody will be listed as a widow and they're just separated. They're not really officially a widow, but it gives you an idea of when there might have been some of those changes in family structure that sometimes are clear from the census and sometimes aren't. So this is a little more about the digital collections. The browsing part is up at the top, but my favorite part of the whole thing is this one called Selected Digital Historical Documents. Historical documents available online. This was one of the things we did because sometimes browsing isn't as straightforward as everybody would like. You browse through the thing, but you sort of get tired clicking. So what this tries to do is put things together by subjects. The Revolutionary War, the Civil War. This is what's called New York colonial history. And then there's another one on cities and towns. And this will take you into some of the things related to Rensselaer and the early boundaries of this area. And then I wanted to get into some of the fun stuff, kind of heading our way towards Ireland, just because I'm that kind of girl. Because what we're always kind of looking for is what can you find out about where our ancestors came from and how do you get over there and what kinds of things they might be working on. You know, were they coming for the Erie Canal? Were they coming because of the famine? Were they coming because in some cases we just had itchy feet? You know, you just never know. And so that is always the fun part of the thing. And one of the things that gets us over that can be interesting are some of these ways to locate the port. And there's a lot, and there really is, because I got like 2 pages and was sort of shocked when I was spending a lot of time looking for passenger lists. There's a lot of different ways to do it. And I don't know how many of you were familiar with immigrantShips.net, which is a kind of a grassroots project as well that's going through the microfilm. They're being even more cautious because if they can't read the letter, instead of taking a reasonable guess and you know, going, okay, well, we have enough letters there, we can kind of say this, they're putting question marks where they just can't read it. Where we will get into, or where we would have access to some of the naturalization records, kind of the next step after that, would be through the family search, where they have a few. But most of the naturalizations are actually in the county courthouses in the great state of New York. But the other thing is, if you don't find them in New York, it's always amazing to me that people had no trouble traipsing up to New York from Philadelphia or over from Boston or down from Canada. You know, they didn't necessarily come into what we might think would be the obvious port. So it's always good to check these other ports. I was really, like I said, surprised at how many of these individual passenger list manifest indexes were covering all sorts of different time periods. So I had been looking in, 1820 to 1824, 1847 to 1871. This is all pre-Ellis Island, but you may find some things in there that you wouldn't necessarily think of. The other thing that I found that I just found absolutely fascinating was this article is from the Shamrock, published as a Shamrock or Hibernian Chronicle. This is from one of our on-site databases, America's Historical Newspapers. June 15th, 1811. And it's a passenger list on I can't read the name of the ship, but John Scott was the master, and they arrived from Belfast on July 9th, and it gives a location in Ireland so you can at least try and, match somebody with the general area. So this is one of those times when newspapers, can help you get to the right spot. And then there's another type of newspaper article. This one came from the Evening Post, and was published August 12, 1816. It's Mary Murphy, the daughter of Bartholomew Murphy, late of the city of Cork, who intermarried with John Ryan about 9 years ago in the said city, and afterwards went with her husband to New York, will apply to Messrs. Bearden and Davis of Corbett Court, Gracechurch Street, London. She'll hear something to her advantage. So all of a sudden you have this extra information that you wouldn't necessarily think that you would get because it's there in a newspaper article. Now, you never know if it's going to be the right one, but it's always a place to check. Now, then there's a list of other fun, interesting records in the New York State Library, because one of the things I found as I started to go through, because I'm not ready, airplane trip, yes, but I'm not ready to do any research in Ireland yet with Irish records, just because that's where my genealogy landed me. So I was like, all right, well, if we're going to talk a little bit about what we've got, then I better do some research. And as I was doing the research, I was kind of surprised at how many places records could reasonably be. It's probably not a wonder people settled in New York, because our structure strangely is in some ways similar. In New York, you can have things in the town, you can have them in the county, you can have them in the village, and you'll have them in the state, and you never really know, like if you're not finding your ancestors somewhere in America where they ought to be, that they may have done something weird. Well, in my family, there's a big joke, because my grandfather and my father would talk about somebody, each other, or my grandmother and my father would talk about somebody being from the wrong side of the river. Well, apparently they didn't have any trouble with boats and bridges, because when you start to do the genealogy, they both crossed the river entirely randomly. And that's one of the really tricky things that you find as you're doing different types of genealogy, is that people will travel where you didn't think. So you can have somebody, in both places who's marrying somebody, sometimes they marry the person on the next farm, and it's kind of straightforward, and sometimes they skipped a couple parishes. And you wonder what kind of shindig was somebody having somewhere that they actually managed to meet in the first place. It's like, boy, I wish I had some way to know what they were doing, because you wouldn't think that they would be doing all of this traveling. And the things that sort of appear in Family Search and in the records in the library's collection are from all sorts of different areas. So you can get calendars, and wills are really important, because for a lot of us, I think we don't think so much, we're going to find a will somewhere, because we're not expecting it to be there. And so many of the wills, both American and Irish, there are indexes in Family Search, and you can look at the original record. There's a lot of places where that original record will just pop up for you, and you can actually view it, because of course that's what we always want. In some cases, some of us are doomed, and the only remaining church record that's going to exist for us is in a reprint of the New York genealogical and biographical record, and that's as far as it goes. But if we can get to that original record, that is just a wonderful kind of a thing. And anything that's going to show you where somebody actually had their land is going to be a great thing, because for land records, because that was an important transaction, that's one of the records that usually will remain in one way or another. Nobody's business records, unfortunately, particularly for small businesses, unless the business was really, really wonderful in terms of giving their records to a nice historical society or repository or something, you don't get a lot of business records saved. People didn't have to, and they're cleaning out the house, and just a lot of people didn't keep them, and still don't. But things like land records, that was important because somebody was buying the land. Very seldom, even if somebody passed their business along, do they keep the business records. And any kind of a marriage bond or a marriage record is really important, because proving that that marriage actually occurred can get to be really complicated. It's one of those things that we just don't, we don't think of it, because when we look at our newspaper records, you get the big splash and everything. And as you go back through time, it just gets to be a lot more difficult to actually track those. And then you have things like your Irish Ancestor Journal, your Irish Genealogist, where sometimes you're going to get articles that won't necessarily be of use, but sometimes you can find out quite a bit in there. One of the things also that gets neglected a little bit is what's called the Periodical Source Index, which is a link to various genealogical periodicals. And sometimes they have records just on a particular surname, and sometimes it'll be things like, well, how do you get to wills in Suffolk County? And if you're not familiar with that, that can be a really handy little source to pull up, because it gives you a bit of a path. And for a lot of us, we don't know what our connections are going to be. One of the things that kind of amazed me was that, as I was doing some research for this, that you had families in New York that were writing to their families in Troy, going, we want to know how you're doing. We want to know how did especially the Civil War and things affect you. What sorts of things are going on. And in some cases, they would actually be advertising in the newspapers, trying to make those connections with their relatives. So you have people dealing with a great deal of space, especially back then when, any kind of, even when you got the steamboats, it was still a fairly substantial journey to Albany. It wasn't really till you got the railroads that, getting up here was quick and easy. But you have a lot of different kinds of censuses, different kinds of things that you can take a look at, and you can look at these original records that have been digitized. It's one of the things I really enjoyed having access to Family Search for that reason. We don't have because we're only an affiliate and we're not a family history center, we don't have the database connection. But we do have the individual database. One of the things as you get into kind of the electronic world is that we don't have newspapers.com. We tend to focus primarily on New York for newspapers at this point. Although there are a few from other places. But I love that whole idea that there's all of these different things that you can take a look in, and I mean, some of it we have to do logically, if people are, if you were a farmer, you might also go to work on the canals, but you're not likely to have suddenly become an attorney. You never know with some people, but that kind of thing. The other thing that I love to pull up from Family Search are family histories. So that if we're not finding anything in our catalog and we're not finding anything in any of the other possible places, because we do have DAR records, and one of the things about the DAR records is that when they did the cemetery, church, and town records, they didn't only report the people who were the actual patriots. They wrote everybody down. So it does give you a possible link into your relatives. And because they're still putting this out as an ongoing series, Ancestry only goes up to, I think it's volume 400. So there's about 200 volumes in that set of cemetery, church, and town records don't include. And that's one of the things as we're going through this, is kind of finding it's a fun chase, because you can find out what is available for particular places, what's available on Ancestry, what's available in the library, and what's available in Family Search, and get an idea. And then this is, again, you get links to where somebody is from in some of these family histories, where you at least have a starting place, and then you end up with some possibilities as to where you can go from there. It's always hard to know whenever you're dealing with print records, because you never know, what courthouse, what parish had mice, or all of those little things that can stand in our way. But there's a lot of different places to look and a lot of different reasons to look for these things. Now, what they do is, like I said, some of the things on Family Search, they have copyrighted because they consider them to be within copyright. And there's a couple things where my brother married a Mormon. Family Search it's technically the database of the Latter-day Saints, but as long as you go in when you're setting up your account and you unclick that you don't want any of those church emails, they don't bother you. They don't care at all. I think they're more excited to get people actually doing genealogy and actually finding their ancestors than anything else. And what they've done is, and I don't, as I said, the other thing is sometimes, like with the Fitzpatrick book, it may be they just decided they asked him, he said, you can put it up, and they did. So you never know. I just happened to be going on looking, and I was like, oh, that's nice, that one's on full text. Because sadly, when I put Fitzpatrick directly into our catalog, I didn't find any printed genealogies. And so one of the things that I had wanted to mention was that if anybody has any kind of printed genealogy, we do take donations. So we would love to have copies, but you get things, like business records, occupations, sometimes they were able to go and copy them. You get lists of the Catholic and civil registrations. You get baptisms. And the thing that can happen here is you'll get the actual original record, so you can take a look at that record and see what is actually there. Which I think is one of those things that's just kind of cool. One of the things we have in our print collection is volumes that were photostated from the original records, which is kind of cool. But not a lot of people did a lot of photostats. So there's not nearly as much that's reproduced in quite that manner, which is a little unfortunate, but any questions? Or? Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, we've got about 5 or so minutes, so if you guys want to take a quick break, grab some food, or use the restrooms, the next up is going to be John Hylas Smith with Fitzpatrick Mythology. So, a few minutes coming up. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. All right, you think you're good? Presentation? Sugar? All right, I'll make sure.
I'm coming.
All right, good. Very good. Leave that here.
You missed the first presentation when I was there. Yes. But it is. It just got yeah, you missed it. I was just saying that we got the right that was the first I told her that she could.
I would do that too. That would be cool.
Well, that's a beautiful
When I get done, I'll introduce it to this.
No, I'm gonna get a name. How about some coffee, Mom? No, not really.
Just about to get there, but I did drive this shit down.
Interesting. So I always have my GPS to take me the fastest way possible.
I'm not gonna sit down.
And now that this is the second time I made it up here in a month, each time my friend has taken us up the Taconic Parkway, but to go down the thruway. The Taconic State Parkway, for the most part, is a two-lane, zero-shoulder parkway through the mountains, pretty much. People are flying. Nobody's getting the speeding ticket. There's no shoulder. Where's the guy going to pull you over? You're going to drive another 20 miles just to pull you over. It's not happening, you know? So, and it's winding. So it's fun, but with other people, like, you know, it's like, ooh,
By yourself, it's cool.
well, no, I'm talking about other people on the road, because some people are like, and like, then I'm like, all right, let me just zip in between this car, you know, but I'm not going to go too fast. But some people are, you know, flying down the road. Other than that, it's fine. I stopped in this little town called Brewster.
Oh, I know, we'll sit around.
Oh, is it still recording?
That rush yesterday. I got out of the car one time.
Sure, stands for the.
Kevin Hashev Pulandu. Martin Ba. Ami Ian Elish. Nicola Porter. Apago. Ami Haley. Anas on Island. Gogas. Name. Nastasia. Evan Brock. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey everyone, good morning. I'm John Hylas Smith. My wife and I are from Eastport, Maine. Go Barrett. I had the honor of being the first signator on a 30-foot long genealogy of the Irish clans. In our sept, we call ourselves a tribe. That's me signing first, my wife next to me, Yavsky Dalowski, Ab Ronan, Fitzpatrick, and Irish Senator David Norris. All right, I'm going to start out. I'm going to get through this as quick as possible because I don't want to miss lunch. I call it Irish mythology. It's the mythology of our tribe. Our tribe came out of Scythia and settled in Hibernia, which we now know as Spain. Our king of Galicia, which was Spain at the time, built himself a tower on the northwestern border of Spain, and now they call it the Tower of Hercules. I doubt if our tower was built ever lasted. He claimed he could see Ireland from that tower, and he thought that was going to be the homeland of the Gaels. After his death, Bilis, his son, made a number of sorties to Ireland and kept on battling with the tribes that occupied Ireland at the time. He called it Eru. That was our name for Ireland. And that tribe was a Celtic tribe called the Tuatha De Danann. After he died, his son, King Malleus, became the king of the Gaels. And he was able to carry out the battle and took it to the Tuatha De Danann. They conquered him. And the island was named Scota in honor of their matriarch and wife of Melisius, Princess Scota. She was the daughter of Pharaoh of Egypt at the time, so the mythology claims. Kings of Scotia. Araman, son of Melisius, became the first Milesian king of Ireland. He married a teenage girl by the name of Tiatettia, daughter of Zedekiah, who was the last king of Judah and a direct descendant of the King David of Israel. However, the Irish annals, they say Araman married Tia, daughter of Lugai. Well, the term Lugai, literally taken, means house of God. And that was what the King David was referred to as the house of God. And so he didn't say Zedekiah, he just said the house of God. Divide and conquer. Let the quarreling begin. After much hoorah and bickering, Ireland was divided up eventually into three major sections. We descended from the Midlands, and our coat of arms indicates that by the black ball in the middle of our coat of arms. What's in the name Ireland? The Greeks may have called this Hibernia. The Romans might have distilled that into Hibernia. Legend has it the goddess over the area squabbled over the control, and the goddess Eludru was winning out. Our descendants of Melisius were called Scota or Scotia. St. Patrick called the inhabitants Scoti, and all our Gaelic ancestors began being referred to by this name. Later we called home Erin. Our origins are in Ossory, Anglified and Ossory. Much is written about our origins. They say the name means apparently the people of the deer. I've also heard people say that it was an ancient tribe that was already there. They were supposedly deer hunters. Others say when they were encountered by other peoples, they flew like deer to get out of the way. So it's hard to tell. Angus Ossory, that's from my ancestors. They were in the middle part, County Kilkenny and parts of County Laois. This tradition goes back to the 2nd century. Our first king was Daniel Fitzpatrick. It became known as Magilla. That's how we pronounce it in our family, Magilla. The sons followed to Patrick, St. Patrick after Patrick, once their slave, returned to Rome and from Rome converted them to Christianity. The origins of our coat of arms. The oldest representation of the model fortis fascista, meaning the strong yields to the strong, depicts the green dragon of Ireland and highlights the middle kingdom of Magilla, which is the ball in the middle. Here's Liberabu. Our current coat of arms follows the original design depicted in the Midlands by the black ball in the middle. It was the green dragon of Ireland submitting to the Lion of England. We consider ourselves the direct descendants via Arthurian genealogy as heirs to the house of Upper Ossory in County Laois. Fleur-de-Lis. The second coat of arms of our Fitzpatrick family is in the arms of Brian Barney Fitzpatrick, who recreated himself Lord and First Baron of Upper Ossory. Brian Fitzpatrick, Lord and First Baron of Upper Ossory. There's a very well written, simple book. This is it right here. You heard it referred to by Ryan, written by Steve and Ronan. I actually published our genealogy prior to their book, and I'm going to dedicate this, give it to Ryan so he can do it. You're going to give it to who?
Well, I'm going to hold on to that one because that one's important.
Hey. Kids got it down. You can find this book online at FitzpatrickMythology.com. It's all there, close to 300 pages. You can have it for free. You can take it off, use it to research your own genealogy. You'll find it hard to attach to our group, but we're still looking for people. I think we found somebody in New Zealand. I thought I found somebody in Ontario, but they apparently passed away and didn't take the DNA. And I thought I found somebody in our own town, John Fitzpatrick. I call him my cousin. He won't take the DNA, and the more I think about it, I think he belongs to this group. About a popular culture. This culture has been popularized over time and replaced the original coat of arms, which is our coat of arms. The term Celtic has also become popularized over time to refer those of us of Irish descent, and has replaced the term Gael. However, in my family, we do not show fealty to the French, nor to the interloping Normans, the Butlers, and we barely tolerate the English. We consider ourselves Gaels. Our ancient coat of arms, oldest coat of arms in the Fitzpatrick hierarchy, introduced to the Normans in the 12th century. The oldest evidence appearing in circa 1600, although I'll tell you later how I found something that was even older, back to the 12th century. Our own ancestors, Frederick Thomas Edward Fitzpatrick, Lord of Upper Ossory, confirmed the coat of arms of his great-grandfather Joseph with written affirmation by the King of England in 1913. International gathering of Fitzpatrick County Laois. Every couple of years, we've heard about this since 2000. We gather in Port Laois or Kilkenny. One of the features of this is a great tour of Fitzpatrick castles and abbeys, most of them damaged by Cromwell. Many are still standing. And one of our ancestors, your ancestors, Tony Fitzpatrick, gives a great slide presentation on the castles. Cullehill Castle. Built in the 15th century by Finan Magilla, by the encouragement of King Henry VI of England, the local supporters loyal to the Butlers. I call them the Fitzwalters. When they first came to Ireland in the Norman invasions, they were known as Fitzwalters. The attack eventually overtook the castle, and Cromwell came by and finished it off. This is Baltimore Castle on Baltimore Road. This is the gathering in 2013, international gathering. This castle was built in the 15th century by Magilla. It was attacked and damaged by Cromwell, but it's still standing in pretty good condition. You can go there and get a room. Brantford, the remnants of the former abbey of 6th century. It is near the battlefield of our ancestors, Serval. Serval was one of our greatest kings, a warrior. He eventually became King of Ireland, King of Ossory, and King of the Danes. in Coglin. Coglin, of course, is the Gaelic term for Dublin. It now in ruinous condition also contains the tomb of our ancient ancestor, John McGilpatrick, known to me as Sean McGilpatrick, and his wife. When the Butlers came, or the Fitzwalters came, the Norman invasion, they built a castle on the top of the ruins of his castle. And when he passed away, he had hoped that he would be buried in the new Kilkenny Castle Cathedral, Kilkenny Church. So when they carved out his tomb for him and his wife, you'll notice they put what appears to be, and is correctly, the ceiling of the dome of Kilkenny Castle. Unfortunately, the Butlers had other ideas. And they put him out by Furtog. And there it sits today, out in the open, crumbling away. Here we have Abigo Abbey, founded by St. Canice, 6th century, one of the most prominent abbeys of the ancient County Laois and McGilpatrick. During the Norman invasion of Ossory, the Normans built a fortification right over here going where that redheaded lady is. And so Daniel Fitzpatrick attacked the Normans, and unfortunately he beat the Normans back. Didn't beat them, just moved them out. But the abbey was burnt to the ground. And then it was restored in the 15th century by our ancestor Finnegan. It does remain to this day one of our most prominent pilgrimage sites. All right, Steerpoint Abbey, built by our ancestor Dunk in the 12th century, on the site of an earlier monastery, was built by another ancestor, Domhnall. It has a wall being restored. You can see that little peak over there. Well, right inside there's a little private nave or a church prayer area. And when I was first there in 2000, I went and looked at that wall, and by golly, there was a red ball, faded black ball, and an image of an outline. 12th century. So when I went back again, this last time, 2016, I went to look at it, and it was all under restoration. And I told our chief of our Irish international clans, Ronan Fitzpatrick, I said, I sure hope they retain that ancient coat of arms. But if popular culture reigns, it'll end up being the fleur-de-lis, which wasn't ever around then. But it's been handled by the Public Works Department of Ireland. It's been in their care since 1880. All right, Garrett Macaulay Castle. It was habited by Gilpatrick, and then Cromwell kind of liked the castle. He stayed there, but he had damage when he attacked it, and he tried to repair it and finally left. And the Gilpatricks, or Gilpatricks as I call them, built it kind of in haste, and it's just been caving in on itself ever since, which is unfortunate. It's best to be out of the way. You expect that to come down any minute. There's a beautiful scene, Cloburn Castle. It was a home of one of our direct relatives, T. Fitzpatrick, or T. McGilpatrick. We call him Thaddy, the son of Florence Fitzpatrick. He became the 4th Baron of Upper Austria and married into the Butlers, which brought him into favor amongst the English royalty. His ancestor, Barnaby, 1st Baron of Upper Austria, had started the trend and gave up his ancestral titles by swearing fealty to King Henry VIII of England in 1541. That's the gentleman that most of you descend from. And in 1543, he was knighted. So he was honored for his giving up his ancient Irish rights and falling in with the King of England. Built by the Norman invaders on the ruins of the original castle of McGilpatrick, what I told you about amongst the Norman invaders, with Theobald Fitzwalter, an additional reward from King Henry II of England for his successes against the Irish campaign, especially against the McGilpatrick, and the submission of the Gaelics. He was granted the coveted title of first Chief Butler in Royal House of England, Chief Butler of Ireland, and his ancestors, of course, adopted the last name Butler, which is known today. I belong to the Butler Society, just to piss them off. All right, heading into the home stretch and then lunch. Genealogy for the Fitzpatricks, lords and ladies of Ossory. We consider ourselves that genealogy. Lucius of Spain, Araman, Irish Middle Kingdom, Ugain Moor, Crimson Cosgrave, 3rd century, Angus Osprey, 2nd century, King of Ossory, Serbal, 9th century, Gilliporic, 11th century, John McGilliporic, 15th century, our direct descendants, Lawrence Fitzpatrick, 16th century, James, 17th century, Frederick Thomas Evelyn Fitzpatrick, 18th century, Frederick Fitzpatrick, 19th century. His son, from Ireland to Texas to California, Oliver Thomas Edward Fitzpatrick, Lord of Upper Ossory. At Catholic uprising, of course, he was, at this time, being the Lord of Upper Ossory, was aligned with the Church of England. We called it in Ireland the Church of Ireland. It was a Protestant sect, built upon the old Catholic sect. When the Catholics uprised, they destroyed his church in Clungrange. They destroyed their home and church and castle in Hollymont. And he decided enough is enough. His father was the Lord in waiting to Queen Victoria and her husband Albert. His wife was the lady in waiting to Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria got rid of her when she found his wife with her husband Bertie. So that put them out of favor. So his son decided that he'd come to America. So he was the first to migrate to America. On his death, John Fitzpatrick, Lord of Upper Ossory, consolidated his father's ranching operation in Aliso Canyon, California. That's where our family is situated. The first matriarch of the Lords of Upper Ossory was my grandmother, Mother Monteith, Isabel Fitzpatrick. That's her on the right here with her sister, the Countess Olivia Fitzpatrick, Flourish of Austria. Proud to be Irish, proud to be Fitzpatrick. Monteith, my grandmother, defied her mother, married a cowboy, got divorced, fell in love with a Spanish California vaquero of the Herald of Yanez family from Spain. But said she could outride and outshoot any man. Believe me, she could. Second matriarch of the Lords of Upper Ossory, Mary Tanchi Shabal Nicola Poricon Shabal Makagoven. Mary Tansy Isabel Fitzpatrick, Constable Smith. Today on our cattle ranch in the Owens Valley, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the matriarch of our ancient and honorable tribe, Lady of Ossory, my mother. Yeah. Kabali Kulandunya. Averan Saber. Let's go eat.
Thank you, John.
And by the way, there's a free copy of this presentation in detail as I read it to you right here. One for each one of you. So please take it home.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime, so you guys are all free to take lunch. If you're pre-ordered, or even if you haven't, there's a cafe on the second floor. It's called the Steuben Street
always missing something.
Oh, yeah, I need to answer. Here there.
Maybe even once,
All right, we got a few minutes till go time, just 1 or 2 minutes, so let people start. We're back live though.
Did y'all miss your skills?
No, so we were going to. We didn't have enough time. Yeah, so we had about 4 hours to kill, and they're like $70 tickets, and I feel like what, we're gonna pay $70 to get not even a quarter
For the Biltmore?
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe next time.
you know. It's the biggest house, right?
It's the biggest in the US.
Yeah. Yeah, they still live there.
But it was independent. It was its own little town. It had a dairy, which they now turned into a winery.
Yes, we were going. Yeah, that's what we were trying to do. The winery there too.
Winery's excellent.
So we already have in the back of our heads that we're going back. You know, hearing you describe it again makes me want to do it sooner than later. You know? Yeah, Pulaski. Yeah. Really? So cool. I love that stuff, man.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin. It's now 1 o'clock. We're moving on steadily. Please put your hands together and welcome Mike and Kate Lancor with Pinpointing Where Your Fitzpatrick Ancestors Lived in Ireland.
Get over here, lad.
it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, and we're glad we're following Stephanie, who did such a great job talking about records in the States for Irish ancestors, and it's going to allow us to spend our time focusing on Irish records to chase your immigrant Irish ancestors in Ireland. We're going to be looking at Fitzpatrick and Walters because, as you find out shortly, Kate's Fitzpatrick immigrant ancestor was married to a Waters who also immigrated to the States. And this little slide, basically, the green buttons that we put on here are locations to which Kate and I have chased our Irish ancestors. We both have Irish ancestors, became addicted to chasing our own. You will see, looking at the green, that our ancestors, Kate has one ancestor up near just south of Dublin in Wicklow, but the majority of our ancestors are in the southern half of the Republic of Ireland. And if there's a red button, it basically is a location to which we have chased one or more of our clients' Irish ancestors too.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in.
Kate's gonna jump in anytime.
So we also use a map like this when we're charting. We head to Ireland at least once a year, and we use a map like this on a board, and it really helps us to chart out our trips to Ireland. So it makes it, we're not wasting gas, and we're speeding along.
Okay. Kate?
So I go by Kate Lancor. I was born Kathleen Marie Jones. I am from the Regan Fitzpatrick clan in Ireland. And which one do you think I am?
Bottom line.
Yes, well, those are my cute sisters here. I am
there
deer in the headlights.
That's Kate.
Dreaming I was anyplace else but in that picture.
And this, Peggy, raise your hand. This is Peggy.
And Marilee.
This is Marilee, that we're here as well.
It was on St. Patrick's Day, and my mother actually had great joy fixing us up like that. My great grandmother had told my mother that she wouldn't go back to Ireland if it was across the Ferry Street Bridge, and she lived on Ferry Street. So it really got my mother and her brothers thinking, what was it about Ireland, such a beautiful country, that make them leave and not ever want to go back? And yeah, so that's where we began our journey. So we're the third generation searching for our roots as Fitzpatricks.
Did you mention you grew up in Albany?
I grew up, I'm a rare breed. I'm born and raised in Albany, New York. We live in New Hampshire now. But yeah, we're very proud to live in North Albany, which goes by the name Limerick. So the parades for St. Patrick's Day started in Limerick and then went down, then came back up to the city. And the big parade would join the big parade.
I'm one of these three lads in this particular photo, going back to my Irish ancestry, but I grew up in northern New York, up near the Canadian border. And some of my Irish ancestors came down through Canada into northern New York. Lots of Irish came down through Canada into northern New York. And whoops, didn't mean to do that.
Which one were you?
Point.
Oh, which one were you?
Yeah, this is me holding hands with my brother and one of my cousins. And this is another cousin. But notice the Irish caps that we had on. This was for Easter. So we both have a lot of Irish ancestors. In your packet, you have a copy of this. We're not going to go over it all. The key thing we would want to point out regarding this is talking to your family, number one.
We had an Aunt Margaret Regan. She knew where all the bodies were buried. She came every Tuesday night to spend dinner and an evening with our family, but we were all too young to ask her the questions that we have now for her.
Yeah. So
please talk to your family. Any older relatives, start quizzing them and asking them all kinds of questions.
Now, and Stephanie touched on this morning, but the key to finding where your Irish ancestors, whether it's Fitzpatrick or others, lived in Ireland, as she mentioned, is finding as much out about them as you can in the United States. Before you even start that quest of trying to find them in Ireland, some of the things that we think are essential. First of all, you have to get back to your immigrant ancestors. What were their names? Approximate year of birth, if they were born in Ireland. Marriage, if they were married in Ireland. Approximate year of immigration. Most critical, names of one or both parents. And when it comes to the mother, it's extremely helpful if you can get the surname of the mother. And Stephanie was talking about this as well. Names of siblings, other relatives. But for the most part, the Irish that came over, regardless of the time, didn't usually come on that ship alone. They came with other family members or neighbors, other individuals from their same townland that they were emigrating from. And religion, and you might get lucky and know a county or a region that your ancestors were from in Ireland.
In my family, I knew more about the Regans than the Fitzpatricks. And anytime I asked my mom about the Fitzpatricks, she said, well, my father didn't talk much. So she knew basically nothing. But I had an ancient memory of myself. We always went to the cemetery as a Memorial Day. And we'd go around and we'd say prayers as a huge clan. And then each person that was on the stone, one of the elders in our family would tell funny stories about them. So it was always upbeat. But my memory as a child, when I was sharing my memories with Mike, is I remember I would help my father plant the plants in the urns at the cemeteries. But he'd always go over with a bundle of fresh cut flowers and go over to this other, it was maybe 2 streets away in St. Agnes, and we'd lay the flowers down on this grave, and we'd say prayers. So that was the only memory I had, but I didn't know who it was or what it was about.
And we will get there. And these are just some of the websites, I'm not even going to read them over, that we use in chasing records for ancestors in this country. I will mention the bottom, because Stephanie mentioned old Fulton postcards. They just updated that website. And it's old newspapers from the state of New York. And it's a fantastic website if you haven't used it, if you're chasing any ancestors in the state of New York.
Mhm.
Yes. Put that up there for Kate. Also, in this country, when you're looking for records, some of the things you aren't going to find online, if you're lucky, Family Bible. I actually have 2 family Bibles, incredible, that go back into the 1800s. We're going to highlight some of these because they're not records you're going to find online. For example, this is the Doyle and Wayland family Bible that I have. Some of my ancestors were Doyle and Waylands.
Mike never knew he was related to John F. Kennedy until we went back to an ancient,
And that's kind of a different story. But this is a Bible that has the deaths page for some of the Doyle and Wayland ancestors I have. And a lot interesting things if you come up with a family Bible. Notice D-I-D-E, that the first 3 died, D-I-D-E. It's all the same script. They were written in that Bible at the same time. And this is a record from 1875. This is 1895. And this is 1938. And the 8 is written over, I believe, a 7. The point being that whoever wrote these wrote it either in 1938 or after 1938. So even when it's a Bible, you can't trust the dates. Hopefully that makes sense to you, because they're recording a death date from 1875 and 1938. So Bibles are considered genealogical records, except you still have to be careful when you're interpreting them. And I happen to inherit, I have it, a scrapbook that my dad's aunt put together that covered the early 1900s, loaded with obituaries and things of that nature. So those kinds of things you're not going to find online.
Now here are my sister Pat in the middle, myself to the left, and to the right is my baby sister Marilee. Holding Marilee is my mom, and with her arm wrapped around me is Cap. And this is Uncle Pete. That was the Fitzpatrick clan.
And you probably, we don't have to tell you that many old photos do not have names on the back of them. And if you have old photos and you know who those individuals are, at least for the future generations to follow you, put the names on the back of the photos, because it can be a real challenge identifying people if their names aren't there. Now, a type of record that we absolutely want to talk about are gravestone and plot records, because they often get overlooked. And here in Albany, the records are fantastic in the Catholic cemeteries regarding gravestones. Kate mentioned that she has Regan relatives. And we just came upon this. It's not in the same place where all of our other Regan ancestors are buried in St. Agnes, but there's one name on that grave. So we requested the plot card for that grave. Now, it's also available online. Ancestry.com will tell you that Joanna Regan was born around 1858, because it says she was 28 when she died, and she was buried and died in 1886. That's plot card. Bingo. She's the first one buried. There's not another name on that grave stone. And on this side of the plot card, there are, get it right, I think there are 10 souls, and 6 of them are children. There's 10 names there. We didn't even know that Kate's third great grandparents had immigrated. That's the second side, and that's the back of the plot card. And on the back of that plot card, there were 8 more souls. There's 18 individuals buried in that grave plot, and there's only one name on the stone. The lesson to be learned is there are often more individuals in any grave plot than the ones that are named on the stone. And if you could get it.
The shocking thing to me was our patriarch of our Regan ancestry and our matriarch are buried here. And yet all the years of our lives, we never went to that stone. My parents must not have even known that a patriarch and matriarch were buried there with all these other relatives.
Whoops, I keep hitting the wrong button, but this,
It was a huge find that day.
yeah, this,
Edward Regan is our patriarch.
and this is Kate's third great grandfather. We did not know he even emigrated to this country until we saw him on the plot card. And then, this is her third great grandmother, who's also buried in this same plot. DNA. We've submitted our DNA to Ancestry.com, and there are plenty of other sites you can submit to. The reason we like Ancestry is going into 2019, they had over 16 million DNA samples that have been submitted to them. They're probably over 20 million now. And just this past spring, Kate got this hit. Now, Harney, James Michael Harney, for some reason, the Harney ended up in the middle, and when we saw this, it's like, aha, this guy lives in Chicago, and we have been trying to find exactly where Kate's Harney ancestor lived, and this is a 4th cousin of hers. We were actually able to follow his line back further than he had. And when we did, we were able to locate the exact townland that James Harney's ancestors came from. We had been there because we thought that's where Kate's ancestry line went to, but the DNA really proved to us that that's where Kate's ancestry line went to. So that was our first personal experience of making a direct connection through DNA matches.
And we spent a day with all these lovely people I never even knew were in my line.
Yeah. And this, and Kate will talk a little bit about this.
So when we go out into the area, I always bring a great big bag. It's substantial. And with it, you've got to have a very good pair of shoes. We've walked over 100 cemeteries. So a good pair of shoes and notebooks and lots of pens, journals. I journal everything so that you know, even B&B people, what we did, what our adventure was for the day, because you never know when you're going to go back to it. And this will play in later. But then, so I bring out, we have laptop or a pad, a scanner, very good camera, chalk, water bottle to squirt the stone, and then the most important thing for us, and you can tell them about that.
Well, I'll mention the chalk first because it is accepted in the world of genealogists to use chalks on gravestones. You can see they do a fantastic job. If I had a photo of that grave before we put the chalk over where the lettering was, it would be very difficult to read that stone. But the chalk is not going into the inscription, it's going on the face of the stone. And you get a great read. The other thing, and I wasn't such a big believer in this as Kate was when we first began, but we we do state, Kate starts her day praying to ancestors, not just ours. If we're chasing clients' ancestors, we're praying to them too.
We go to Ireland with my sister Marilee, so she would attest to this. So in the morning, we go to join each other in breakfast, and we just pray to the ancestors to teach us what we need to learn, show us what we need to see this day. And then we let the ancestors take over, and they're our guides for the day. It sounds totally nuts. I know, it sounds crazy, but I'm telling you, try it, and all of a sudden, it's amazing, all the places.
Family Search, which was started by the Church of Latter-day Saints, I'm sure most of you know that. They started this whole worldwide quest to make copies of all these baptism and birth and marriage and death records all over the country. And that's because they believe you need to know who your ancestors were, because you're going to see them again. So if you do believe in a hereafter, and you do think you're going to meet your ancestors in that hereafter, it's not a far stretch for them to be wanting to be found when they've been in the ground for 200 or 300 years.
And wouldn't you want to be found by your descendants someday? They want us to find them.
So we're going to look at a case study, and we're going to start moving a little quicker. This is chasing Kate's ancestors for Fitzpatrick and Waters from Albany, New York to Tipperary County, Ireland. Quick look at records found in Albany, and then we're going to move right on as to how those records allowed us to pinpoint where Mary Waters and William Fitzpatrick lived in Ireland. And then a little bit about visiting. This is the gravestone Kate was talking about that she used to go to with her dad as a child, and rediscovered it maybe 6 or 7 years ago in St. Agnes Cemetery.
It was covered with grass. We uncovered it. We see Mary Fitzpatrick. Could she be related to us? So anyway, this is where our whole genealogical journey began, at this gravestone.
This Mary is Kate's
great-grandmother.
Great-grandmother. And the family really didn't know where that stone was. And it's just her great-grandmother. Things do get lost on time. So, what do we know about Mary Waters Fitzpatrick in brief? In the 1900 U.S. Census, she says she was born in March. It says 1839, but March's the key. This is the census where people were asked to give the month they were born in. You probably know that years of birth in censuses are a crapshoot, for lack of another word. They can vary 5 to 10 years easily. But we found when they wrote down the month of birth, our experience is that's probably pretty accurate. They didn't feel the need to tell fairy tales about the month they were born, but sometimes the years. In the 1905 census, shortly before Mary died, she gave her age as 75 and her birth year as 1830. Right? And she was living with her daughter, Sarah Fleming, at that time. And on her death certificate, we've got some great information there for Mary. Seem to have the pointer. But she was widowed. Her father was William Waters, and unfortunately the informant said her mother was Mary Waters. We don't think her surname was Waters. In fact, we know it wasn't. But not knowing the surname, this is what you often find. It would have been extremely helpful if the informant had actually known Mary's mother's surname. So that's kind of a summary of the key information. We know she immigrated before 1845 because in the 1850 census she has a 5-year-old child, okay, or 4 or 5-year-old child. She's born in March, we're guessing. That's the best information we have. Birth year is somewhere around 1830. Her parents were William and Mary Waters, and we know the names of her children. series of children. So that's basically what we had, trying to chase Mary Waters back to Ireland. For William Fitzpatrick, her husband, thanks to the Albany Hall of Records down here that Stephanie mentioned, we were able to get a copy of his naturalization papers, and he, whoops, yeah, I gotta go back. He filed for originally in 1841, and he became a citizen when you look down further in April of 1846. So we know he was here in 1841 in Albany.
And note his signature, he signed with an X.
Right, pretty common.
Mm.
He was in the Civil War, and we have his Civil War record. He's the third one down, William Fitzpatrick. He was in the 12th out of Albany. It says he was born in Ireland. Get that pointer back. Get it. He was born in Ireland, and the bottom line is a carryover. It gives the name of his father, William. But there's no mother's name, and we have not been able to find the mother's name of William, but at least we had his father's name. You may have noticed when Stephanie used examples of Fitzpatrick, they were both Williams.
Yes.
And now we're chasing a William. It's like chasing a needle in a haystack, especially a William with a father William in Ireland. It's a real challenge. Pardon? And it had his discharge. This is the cemetery log for the old St. John Cemetery in Albany, and William's on the bottom here. He's the one on the bottom. William Fitzpatrick, born in Ireland. He died in Albany, and he died or was buried on November 7th, 1865. But it says he was 45 years old too. It gives an age, so he was a young man. He died young, and that makes finding records extremely difficult. This is Kellyanne Grimaldi, who happened to have someone walk into her office a few years ago with the log from the old St. John Cemetery where all the bodies had been exhumed and buried elsewhere because it was in prime territory and expanding Albany, New York.
Mary was buried with the Flemings, so her stone was in the ground, but now we were in search of William. Where is William lying? Right. And then we came up with this.
Well, Stephanie was talking about the important pieces of history that you find in the newspaper. And this is from the old Fulton Postcards historic newspapers. And it's about Edward Fitzpatrick, and he led us to get the plot card for the Fleming graveyard, because Edward was the son. Mary's husband William had already passed, 1865. This is 1869, and it's the story of her son Edward, who was 9 years old, who drowned in just south of Albany here. And it mentions at the bottom that a number of persons had assembled by this time, and Haley, he was the first little boy, James Haley, who went into the creek, was rescued from his perilous position, and also Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who went to try and rescue her child. So little Edward went in to save his friend, and Edward is the one that drowned.
So it's a terribly tragic story. Yeah. It's hard for me to talk about it. Yeah. But it tells us a lot about Mrs. Fitzpatrick. She went in the water, and actually there's a paragraph after that the other sons went in to save their mother.
Her two teenage sons
and they fought to save her. She probably wanted to drown with her son. Yeah. But anyway, it just gives you so much in that one little paragraph. It tells me so much about her.
Mary we found 9 children of Mary. Only 2 were still living when she died. So a lot of tragedy.
So I was pretty distraught because William's name wasn't there, and now we learned about Edward, he wasn't there, and then we learned that Sarah buried everybody in the family, and her name isn't on the Fleming stone, just Christopher's. So we went back to the cemetery and had the names engraved on the stone so that it wouldn't be lost to history again.
Now, so that's the key information for William. He was here in 1841. According to the death record, he was born around 1820. His father was William, and same children, and they were Roman Catholic. Okay, this is for you ladies out there, you rascals. Now, when it goes to exploring the records in Ireland, all kinds of challenges. So the Irish Civil War, June 30th, 1922, the Public Records Office in Dublin was burned. And all kinds of records were lost. In that fire, the Irish censuses from 1821, 31, 41, and 51 were burned. There are small fragments. Occasionally you get lucky and get a townland here and there. But there's no area in Ireland that really survived this loss. Half of all the Church of Ireland, as John mentioned, really the Church of England by a different name, half of their registers were lost in that fire. The wills and testamentary records were lost. The indexes are still available, but the index doesn't do you much good when you can't actually see the will, because the wills were burned. And legal documents before 1900. So that was a huge loss. I should mention that, so that was 1821, 31, 41, 51. They also took censuses in 1861, 71, 81, and 91. Two of those sets of records were used for pulp during World War II, and the other two were destroyed by the Irish government for unknown reasons. The first available set of census records in Ireland is 1901. So imagine if you were trying to chase somebody in the States and your first census available was 1900. It really makes it a challenge. They're just all lost in time, lost to fire or pulp. But there were records that survived, and we're going to be talking, I won't read all of these, but we're going to be showing you samples of these for Kate's ancestors. This is a traditional Irish naming pattern. They don't always stick to it, but definitely take a look at it, because particularly up until in Ireland, before your ancestors emigrated, this was most likely followed, and often followed and carried over into this country, especially the firstborn son named after the father's father, the firstborn daughter named after the mother's mother. Right? Second son after the mother's father, second daughter after the father's mother. So it's a pattern that, and it goes on, but it's worth looking at. Yeah, we try to live every day as if it was our last, and when we're doing all this genealogy, it really hits home about making every day count. Now, how do we chase the Fitzpatricks and Waters where they lived in Ireland? And Stephanie talked a little bit about this, but the first thing we need to tell you about is the Irish have made it extremely confusing when it comes to maps and civil records and religious records. There are 32 counties in Ireland, but each county has civil parishes, and there's 2,505 civil parishes in Ireland, and each parish is divided into townlands, and there are 2 short of 61,000 townlands in Ireland. And when we're chasing our own ancestors or anyone else's ancestors, our goal is to find out which of those 60,998 townlands the ancestors lived before they emigrated, or they were baptized before they emigrated.
We get a kick out of it, because so many of our clients call us like a week before they go to Ireland and just say, here's the information we have, which is basically nothing, and we'd like to know exactly where our ancestors' townland is before we leave next week, so it's always challenging.
Got that. Now, both William Fitzpatrick and his wife in this country, Mary Waters, were from the same Roman Catholic parish, Temple Moor, in County Tipperary. So if you're looking for a Catholic record for them, they're going to be in this Roman Catholic parish. There are 37 Roman Catholic parishes in northern Tipperary. Take a look at the shape here. Right. But once you get to any kind of civil record, anything other than a Catholic birth record, everything is by civil parish. So this is the equivalent of most of the RC parish Templemore, and you'll notice that within that there are 3 and parts of a 4th civil parish. So now you're looking for, you got to make sure you're looking for 3 different potential civil parishes. And then Ireland really got crazy when they decided in 1864 to start requiring baptism records, that everyone filed baptism, marriage, and death records with the country starting in 1864. So they set up what they call registration districts. Now, as it turns out, this is Turles. Green is northern Tipperary County. And it looks like all of Roman Catholic parish Templemore is in Turles. But take a look at some of these other districts. Here's the registration district of Urlingford, partly in County Tipperary and partly in Kilkenny. Then you get Roscrea registration district, partly in County Laois, partly in County Offaly, and mostly in County Tipperary. If it looks confusing, believe me, it is. And you really have to focus, because you're looking at 3 different areas when you're looking at the records. What we're going to do is look at some. Now, when we say a shotgun approach, it's on the basis of we're not exactly sure where we're going to start looking. It's usually with personal records, but once you start looking at Irish records, one record leads you to another. So we don't want you to think that this is exactly the sequence at which we're going to be following to chase our own ancestors or somebody
And
else.
let's say there's like 25 William Fitzpatricks about the same age in the same general area. If many of our clients, when we go back to check their records, you just need to go off to the wrong person, and you're following a totally different tree. You're not even on the right tree anymore.
Right, very true.
It's complicated.
This is the baptism record for Kate's. Whoops. Sorry. Let me go quick. For Mary Waters. And the date, notice this here, March. Remember that 1900 census? March. Here's a baptism, her baptism in March. This says 1831. Her death record had her born circa 1830. And Father William Waters, mother Mary, and here's the surname, Mary Hogan. That's kind of it in brief on that record. This we gave you, I skipped by the slide of the different websites we use, but this will show you, this is Find My Past. So up on the top, when you look at these, it tells you the site we use to find the record. So Find My Past, it covers the UK, and it has tons of Irish records as well. This is the original. These are housed in the National Library of Ireland. But once you have a date, you can go in, click in 1831 March, and this is the original record for Mary. Mary, and this is William Waters and Mary Hogan. And this says Pigfoot Lane. Actually gave the address as to where they lived at the time that Mary was baptized. Pigfoot Lane. Kind of a crazy name, but we've learned to love Pigfoot Lane, okay? So this is Roots Island, another website we use, and this is William Fitzpatrick. So this, William Fitzpatrick, his baptism was January 1819. Now, his death record here in Albany, if you remember, said 1820. He was 45 when he died in 1865. That's about as close as you're going to get. And his mother was Orion, Ellen Ryan, another very Irish name. Oh, by the way, luckily, and they often don't, but the baptism record for William gave a townland. That's Curraduff townland, which is right just outside of Templemore, just north of the little village of Templemore.
And always make note of the sponsors as well, because they're clues to other ancestors.
And Roots Ireland also has, this is Roots Island, and they have marriage records. And this is the marriage record for William's parents, William Fitzpatrick and Ellen Ryan. Another site that you really need to take a look at if you're chasing is Irish Genealogy. This is free. It's a fantastic website. They have both church records and civil records. Now, they have the Catholic records for County Kerry and Dublin, and yeah, I see you. We're trying to help Ryan find his ancestors, and what he said that the word is they came out of Dublin. Well, the place you're going to find the Catholic baptism records for Dublin is on this website, Irish Genealogy. They only have they have all of Kerry, they have Dublin, and they have part of County Cork for Catholic records. But they also have the civil records, and it's only been 3 years that these have been available. So it tells you here that beginning in 1864, you had to record, everyone had to record in 1864, register their birth, their marriage, and their death. And these are available on Irish Genealogy. You have to search, and there's a nice search mechanism there. You see the births go through 1916, the marriages through 1941. Lots of great website. This is an example from Irish Genealogy website. And we do not know that this is a descendant of Kate's St. Fitzpatrick ancestors, but we wanted to show you. Here's a Mary Fitzpatrick. This is what that death record is going to look like. Here's her name, Mary Fitzpatrick. She died in 1886. She was a widow. She was 81. Old age. She died of old age. And she died in a workhouse. Here's Mary Gilmartin, the 9th of October, 1886. She died in the same workhouse. Right here on this little clip, these 4 individuals died within 5 days of one another in the same workhouse. It didn't end with the famine, folks. Did not end in the famine. We're talking the 1880s, and thousands and thousands of Irish people were literally in workhouses because they couldn't stay on their own properties. So that's why that immigration just kept rolling on over to the States and elsewhere long after the famine years.
And the next time you go to Ireland, if you haven't gone to a famine museum, it's worth your while to just go. And then you'll understand why so many fled and came to this country.
Now, this didn't work for Kate's ancestors, but if you had, the 1901 and 1911 censuses are available, so we just gave you a sample for that. They're on the National Archives website, and you can search this. This happens to be some Fitzpatricks who were in Templemore in 1901, and it just gives you an idea of what you're going to see in an Irish census from 1901. There is more information you can see. We did cut this a little short. It'll give the religion as well. It's going to tell you whether or not they're Catholic or if they're Protestant. Church of Ireland, 1901. Now this is our first trip to Templemore after we knew where Mary Waters was baptized. And
This man runs the department in Templemore, so he went into the municipal building, he was in charge, and that's where this comes in. So Mike said, what was his name again? So I pulled out my book, and I said, here he is. So it was Finding Mary Waters, and under that, his name was Tom McGrath.
So
it's the whole adventure with Tom McGrath. He stopped everything in the office.
Yeah.
Everything was stopped so he could help us find Bigfoot Lane and my great-grandmother's.
right, he's looking at the old books back from the mid-1800s to identify Bigfoot Lane, and actually Tom himself
Took us.
wasn't sure where Bigfoot Lane was, but somebody else in the office said, oh, we know where it is. In fact, he walked out of the office with us.
Yeah.
And right across the street from the office is this little alleyway. Well, that alleyway goes back to what is still called Bigfoot Lane today.
And this was the humble abode of my great-grandmother originally. She was born in this hovel, actually.
She was born in one of these tenements.
It was extremely humbling.
There still are about 4 of the old buildings still there. They're just, you call them row houses today. But this is the house. The end of it. This is the window. And right here, the next building stands. We cut that a little short because right here is the next door.
Yeah, that's
and the next window. And you can see how deep it is. Because it's maybe what, 10 feet this way and another 10, 12 feet deep. And that is what all the families who lived on Bigfoot Lane were raising families in.
If it wasn't for us running Tom McGrath, I mean, we would never have found this ever. So that's why we always think all of these Irish adventures are from the ancestors, they're gifts from the ancestors. And then I wanted Marilee, my sister Marilee, the next trip to go and see this humble abode. It's very emotional.
Yeah, well,
to see the early beginnings.
We don't always plan to go to Bigfoot Lane when we go to Ireland, but somehow we always find our way there, passing from one location to another, because
She started our
it's
journey.
really tough. And the thing is, you'll see that, we're talking about another website, you can do the modern day overlap maps right over the old historic maps from the mid-1800s. And that's what this is. This right here is currently in the old map. This is the Templemore offices building, and this right here is the old Bigfoot Lane right back here. And then the other thing we have is once you do that, then you can get a Google map, which will show you that location. So basically, what we try to do for ourselves and clients is produce this form. If we can identify where the town land is, we're gonna get you there. Yeah. That is true. Now, then there are the land valuation records. We'll quickly talk about those. Ireland took two that go back into the 1800s. They did the type allotment books, ranged 1823 to 1837, and then Griffith's valuation, 1847 to 1864, depending on where you were in Ireland. The type allotment books did not cover urban areas. They're only covering rural areas. They were an agricultural census, basically. And they were ties to the Church of Ireland. It didn't matter what religion you practiced. You may have been Irish Catholic, but in that time period, you were paying tithes to the Church of Ireland on your property. This is Townland Clonmore. We had a little trouble following William Fitzpatrick because the other thing you're going to find out is constantly on the move. They were poor people, so William was born in Curraduff, and by the time they did the type allotment books, his father, William, was in a townland that bordered Curraduff, and here's William. Now, look at the amount of land that he had. This is the amount of land he had, 3 acres. Nothing when you're trying to raise a family on a farm with 3 acres, very small amount of land. This is another website that we want to point out to people. It's called townlands.ie, and it's a great website to go on. Once you locate a townland, you can get a modern day map of it. This is Clonmore. This is Templemore. Curraduff, I think, is right here. So this is the general territory where both Mary Walters and William Fitzpatrick lived. And it's not uncommon to find out that your ancestors go back to the same location or very close location. Because remember I said, chain migration is nothing new. That's basically the way people came into this country, with family and neighbors. The Griffith's valuation is very useful, and this is County Waterford. It's not Fitzpatrick, it's Kate's. Oh, it is. So we've become very good friends with a Fitzpatrick family that we've stayed with several times in County Kilkenny. And these records are for his family, because James that we visit is the 5th generation James Fitzpatrick on this farmstead. So it's a typical pass down to the oldest son, James to James to James to James. And they are in, when you see a Griffith's valuation record, gives you the name of the tenant, the landlord, the county, Kilkenny, the parish. This is a civil parish, not a Catholic parish. And then it gives you the townland. This is the townland. Very small place. If you can identify this, then here were all of the people living in this townland in 1850. And here's James Fitzpatrick, and he's on the same piece of property with a Nicholas Fitzpatrick, likely a brother, possibly a father, not certain, but they're sharing the same property. They're on 33 acres of land, and they have a house, offices, and land. Very deceptive name. Those are farm buildings, but it was your workplace, so they just put offices down anywhere you were in Ireland, but they're farm buildings. And then this is a historic map that shows, I didn't point out, but the James Fitzpatrick and Nicholas Fitzpatrick, the record says they were in 3. So the map actually locates where each tenant lived. And here were the house and the farmhouse on this piece of property. And there was a road there that's still there, and their land was just about divided by that road. And, whoops, okay. Now, where we go today is we stay in the Glen Raham farmhouse, the B&B that's run by James's wife, Britt. And you'll see it's the same piece of property. We know, because we visited him so many times, he still has that homestead. And that was 1850, and he's still on it, and he's still farming that same 33 acres of land, dairy farming. So that's the type of modern day overlay map you could come up with if you could identify your tenants. And then there's the fun stuff.
I'm an experiencer when we go over there, so I always want to do stuff. So I've been begging James for years, can I try to milk the cows? And he'd say, no, Kate, get over there. Mike's going to help me. You get over there and just stand over there. So last time he said, okay, come on, Kate. We're going to give you a shot at milking the cows. So I actually was milking the cows, and I was so proud of myself and all that. So I did have that experience.
She did. This is post-experience.
Then I'm out in the field, and I said, he said, how did it, you did good, Kate. And I've said, thank you very much. I loved doing it, but you've got a hole in your roof because the rain was coming down on me. And he said, but it wasn't rain, Kate. They were urinating on you. I'm like, oh, I was soaking wet from cow urine.
And she had some cow manure on her as well. Okay. The Irish women. Now, quickly, some other records, because I know we don't have a lot of time left. Cemetery records, you can find those for Ireland, and historic newspapers, not in this country, but Irish newspapers. Historic graves, this is a volunteer funded, it's kind of like Find a Grave, where they've been going all through graveyards throughout Ireland trying to identify all the gravestones. And they have their own website. We have a subscription to Irish newspaper archives. And we found all kinds of information about some of the ancestors we've been chasing, mainly deaths or marriages, and the Irish newspapers archives. Yeah. There also are family history centers. Most counties no longer have a genealogist on staff. If you got lucky and your ancestors were from Wicklow County, like some of Kate's were, they actually have a full-time genealogist working out of their headquarters, and she's extremely helpful at chasing things. If you haven't heard of Ireland reaching out, this is coming the other way. This is the Irish and Ireland trying to connect with Irish in the States or elsewhere.
Because they didn't know what happened to us when our tribe came over to the U.S. So they're trying to now over there, trying to reach out and see if they can find Americans that are in their line.
And we use this all the time. If you're uncertain about something and you know they were from a certain area in Wicklow County, you send a message to the Wicklow County site, and they have volunteers over there, and somebody will reply to you.
They'll get back to you.
And if they don't have the answer you're looking for, they'll try to give you some suggestions as to where you can look. Irish citizenship. Unfortunately, neither one of us have a grandparent who was born in Ireland. We have great-grandparents. But if you have a grandparent who was born in Ireland, then you can become an Irish citizen. It's a little bit of work, but we've helped a number of people do that. You end up, if you do that, with an EU passport, not just an Irish passport, but you end up with an EU passport. And we do collaborate with a genealogist, Eilish Feely, and she happens to be located right in the center of Ireland and County Roscommon. And that's us. Inisheer, which is one of the 3 Aran Islands that you get to either off the coast of Clare, County Clare, or the coast of County Galway. we do write for Irish Central. And if you are not familiar with Irish Central, it's free. It's published out of Dublin and New York City. They have 2 digital newsletters every day, and there are all kinds of stories in there, and all kinds of great Irish music. This individual right here is Britt Fitzpatrick, and we stay on their homestead, and this is a cousin, Denise Fitzpatrick, doing genealogy with them, and Ryan, their daughter, Deidre, is very
Yes.
involved in the Fitzpatrick clan.
I actually just tagged her in a Facebook post, letting her know that you mentioned Glenn Raha. So
Okay.
hopefully she sees
so
that.
he-
Oh, good.
Hi,
he
Deirdre.
communicates with Deidre. It's a small world. And this is a rainbow shot that we took in Ballydurn, Waterford, where Kate's.
For 3 generations, I searched for my ancestors. You're gonna have to list them.
Okay. So when we first visited Ballydurn and met with Kate's Harney ancestors, and after meeting with them, went outside, and Kate was admiring the scenery.
No, I was looking down. I said, look, the whole ground is full of shamrocks. And I fell to my knees, and it had just finished raining and I'm soaking wet. And he kept saying, look up, Kate, look up. And there was this huge double rainbow that spanned the whole valley that they owned.
Yeah.
And it was my sister Pat's birthday, and several years before that she had passed. So that's when I know the ancestors.
Just a couple more. This is Ethel Kelly, and she owns a clay pipe shop in County Roscommon in a little place called Knock Crockery, and you can buy her clay pipes in a variety of different places in this country. In fact, Lennon's in Schenectady, I think, carries them.
And I don't know if anybody knows the significance of clay pipes, but in Ireland in the day, the women smoked those at funerals.
Right.
And the reason that all the women would gather over the gravesite as they're lowering the casket down, the women were smoking the pipes so that the smoke would help the spirit to rise. So when I heard that, I bought a lot of pipes.
And when we did a family reunion a couple of years ago, this is Kate in the middle and her sister Peggy and Marilee sitting down here smoking their clay pipes. The interesting thing about that was they're not easy to light, so they're tamping down the tobacco and the clay pipes and trying to light them. And then their kids came over and said, give me that clay pipe. We'll show you how to light a pipe. And we're going, how do you know how to light a pipe?
We can't even imagine how they.
Yeah, okay.
And we close with this, and we call this the horse named Mary Fitzpatrick. When we were with Cheryl was over here. She and my son. We took them to Ireland, and we showed them Mary Waters' homestead and stuff, and it was emotional. We're walking back down, and we hear this. So I thought, it's in the middle of the city of Temple Moor. What is that? And we look over the stone wall, and there is way out is this horse. So I said, Mary Fitzpatrick. And Mary Fitzpatrick, right, Cheryl, came right over to the fence, and we all took turns with tears in our eyes. So that's the horse called Mary Fitzpatrick.
And that's us, and that's it. We're done.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break if you guys want. We're going to come back in about 10 minutes for the final lecture of the day. That's going to be Dan's lecture. That'll be the funnel. After that lecture, we'll have one last break, and we're going to go upstairs to the library to get split into 2 groups where we're going to have rotating tours of what they have upstairs, just so you guys can see it if you ever come back here again. So take a break, come back here. A few minutes after 1, we'll start with dance.
Thank you so much.
If you didn't get one of our folders, there's some more right down here. If you have any questions for Kate or me, go
Let's stand up, okay? Chrissy wants to come.
That's okay with me. Get out of there.
Legs are morning pants. Yeah, well, legs like 6 feet long. Thank you.
Same thing with Americans. We all should talk. They got the same time. So they're not. The other thing that happens
Maybe I have to stand up for a minute.
William McCambridge.
So confused, it took me an hour to get here, and I missed the opening of what was going on. But anyway, it says, this is very small print, my eyes aren't that good. Dan, if you can interrupt Ryan before he gets into the swing of the first session, perhaps you surprise him and read the following wishes. Dear Ryan and all attending, many congratulations, best wishes to you all at the first Northeast Regional Gathering in Albany, New York. I want to congratulate you personally, Ryan, for taking this step into the unknown and inviting like-minded Fitzpatricks to join you for a weekend of genealogy, history, clanship, genetics in Albany. And I want to say, my eyes are going up. A special thanks to Melissa. Melissa is Ryan's wife, who puts up with this, for supporting you along the way. Your months of efforts are now about to be realized, or are being realized now. To all of you attending, I want to add my voice of thanks to you for your support, for Ryan, and for making the event successful and memorable occasion. Everyone has my best wishes for a great weekend, and I look forward to watching this video broadcast and seeing your many faces. It will be good to see some of you again, and good to see some of you for the first time. Enjoy the weekend, and when the celebration is over, take home great memories and tell everyone about the wonderful clan Fitzpatrick that we have. Best wishes, congratulations to you all. Signed, Ronan Fitzpatrick. And Ronan is our great-grandfather. Surprise for Ryan, too.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Ronan.
Yeah. Okay, let's get going. How much time do I have?
30 minutes.
30? I gotta get through all this in 30?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, why the funnel? I've thought about this a lot. I got onto this subject more by accident. Just to give you a little background, I had assumed my Fitzpatrick came in through New York. Found even some names on a couple of passengers lists and ages and so forth that supported that. And my good friend Colleen Fitzpatrick, who has helped me immensely in doing my own research, said, how do you know they're coming in from New York? Well, I said, I don't know they're coming in from New York. I mean, I just saw them on there, and that's where most everybody came in from Ireland. She said, no. She says, your ancestors may have come in through Canada, because I'm in Buffalo. I was born and raised in Buffalo. Come in from Canada and gone up to St. Lawrence to Lake Ontario. And I said, Colleen, I can't. You haven't seen the rapids that they used to have on the St. Lawrence River. I mean, it would be impossible for them to go. She said, well, you don't know. Boats can do funny things. So I got into it and found maybe I was wrong. So this is what got me going in this particular subject. Why the funnel? Because the East Coast of the United States, particularly New England, was the main source of entry for all immigrants coming in, let alone Fitzpatrick and the Irish. The funnel brings them in front, forces them down through a small hole, and takes them out the other end. And that's essentially what we have here in New England. Let me get this thing going.
One that's blacked out.
Oh, blacked out.
Oh, you got it. All right.
This is an obvious picture of what was like to depart from Ireland in those days. The sailing ships. The family was left behind, a lot came over. The Irish immigrated in 1845 to 1854, which is the period we'll concentrate on, in large numbers, as this graph displays. How did it all happen? Well, this is the guy whose genes I carry, and I don't know where he came in anymore, despite my original expectations. But anyways, he ended up in Buffalo, New York. That's where I was born, in the Irish First Ward, South Buffalo, and migrated to New England at this point in time. Where did he land? I don't know. As I say, I've lost all track of this. my thoughts were definitely in New York, and as it turns out, 75% of the immigrants did come through New York City. But 25% did not come through New York City. This is the group that I really concentrated on. Primary reports were Boston about 5%, New York 75%, and Baltimore, Philadelphia another 5 or so%. I discount Baltimore and Philadelphia because they're a little out of my flow. Let's get to Quebec. Quebec was, as we all know, a major import or major port for Irish coming into North America. And you know, as an aside, I was talking to somebody from Canada not too long ago, and she said, "Oh, well, we're Canadian." I said, "No, yeah, you're Americans. We're all Americans. We're all in North America. We're in the USA and you're in Canada. So we are all Americans, despite what we often think of each other." Quebec was lower cost, shorter distance, and actually landowners paid the ticket to get their tenants off the land and send them out of the country to somewhere else. So that was a favorite trip. The Grosse Isle Quarantine Station was erected because of the large amount of typhus and cholera that was being brought in. Okay. What I wanted to show with this map here, excuse me, as you look at this, what's the point? Oh, okay. I can't get that pointer to work, but there's a little red answer to this question. Oh. Upside down, of course. Anyway, if you look at the East Coast here, all along here, see all these little ports? Those are all ports of entry in the United States. They don't keep records. They don't have big manifests and other things. The ones that do, New York, Boston, and up here in Quebec, where the United States actually required them to make lists of people whose final destination was within the U.S. They could all come down through here any way that they wanted to. There was no barriers from nothing come in the United States. They got the cheap transportation over to Quebec, and then came down ways in the St. Lawrence, and just spread out and came down through New England. We still have that today. We have a lot of French immigrants from up around Quebec and so forth come down through New England. So that was one of the major ports in New England. But as I say, those were the days when the cheap tickets to get over here. Those ships often were called coffin ships, especially the year 1847. I know many of us have heard of the coffin ships, but many of them were bringing in diseases. Quebec was being overscaring of all these immigrants coming in, and they set up the quarantine station, Grosse Isle, and an island in the St. Lawrence River. But it was inadequate with the amount of people coming in, and many of them had to stay aboard ships until the ship could be cleared and proven that there was no further diseases. As you can imagine, being cooped up in a ship, coming over, disease was prevalent and spread easily. Being detained in the harbor for a long time also encouraged more disease. Over 5,000 Irish were buried on Grosse Isle in those couple of years that all died there. That's not to count the number that came over and died on the way over, dumped into the sea. And also there were a number of others that got onto the land that died from these diseases coming in here now. Well, that's all where all the ports might be. Oh, come on. Yeah. This is where they ended up in Grosse. You see this, the importance of this map is all of this out here. This is wild territory. This here is also pretty much wild territory. Buffalo in 1800 only had 200 people in it. 1845, they had about 20,000 people living in Buffalo. So this was all still pretty wild. And getting across country was difficult because it's all wooded. There are mountains all along through here. Travel on wagons with the family was almost impossible, but it could be done. So they went to other routes. Water routes were the primary and safest routes travel. St. Lawrence River dropped 750 feet coming in there. But well, this is a picture of the quarantine station that goes out with the ships waiting, not being allowed to land until they were cured of typhoid and dysentery and other things. This is just a picture of what the rapids would be like if they tried to go up through it on steam. They couldn't do it, and that's why I said to Colleen, I mean, there's no way they're going to go upstream on that. I found out I was wrong. The Canadians, not unlike the Americans, were inventive. Oops. They came down to Montreal. This is where the rapids were really bad. So what did they do? They used the Ottawa River to come up to here. Then they dug the Rideau Canal that was over here to Kingston. So in fact, you did have water route all the way around to Kingston and down across Lake Ontario to Niagara on the lake, south of Buffalo. The St. Lawrence itself was impossible to travel with here. Okay. I'll get the hang of this by now. Okay, let's get to Boston. Try to move this along a little faster if I can. Boston was not one of the major ports, despite of its location. They only took in about 5% of the immigrants that were coming over. Why is this? Well, there's several reasons. One, there's no water route inland from Boston. So once you got to Boston, it was a major effort. For those of you who have come from Massachusetts, came over the Mass Pike through the mountains and Berkshire Mountains, can understand the difficulty of travel by land. In 1845, they developed Long Wharf and the Boston Customs House, which is what I'm showing here, is a later edition of it. Many were poor laborers who settled in and around that area. They couldn't afford to go on any further, which is not uncommon with New York and Boston. There was a difficult path out of there. Anti-Irish feeling grew very strongly in Boston. It used to be an Anglo-Saxon Protestant paradise. But in 1850, the Irish were predominant, and this threatened the native or the Anglo population that was there before him. This kind of threat rose to things like the Know Nothing movement. I don't know, I think most of you probably know what the Know Nothing movement is, which was anti-Catholic, anti-Irish, anti-immigrant in general. But during the famine years, some 20,000 immigrants did come in through there. About 1850, the Cunard Line established a route from Ireland to Boston on steamship. This is the beginning of the steamship era. This period I'm talking about is going to be between the old-fashioned way of overland travel and the use of steam to accomplish some of this. The Forgotten Doors, I wanted to read something here. Okay, this is something I found in a book called The Forgotten Doors, The Other Ports of Entry to the United States by M. Mark Stolark. And he's quoting somebody else here, but he says, some historians maintain that the Irish immigrants to Boston were not only the poorest Irish, but also the least talented and adventurous. They have always been the most hapless and hopeless of the American paddies. The richer, brighter, more courageous Celts moved west to success, leaving the Hibernian refuge of the Darwinian selection process stranded in the East Coast. That sort of applies to New York too, but it is an interesting selection. Why did people stay in Boston? Why do we have it? I think that's one of the reasons why Boston is such a close-knit Irish community. It still is today, a very proud Irish community. But that was essentially what was left there. The rest moved moved west, and went on to better times. Let's get the picture. New York City was the predominant one, the big kahuna, I call it here. 1819 immigration law only covered the standards for steerage conditions in sailing ships. This was the law passed by the federal government, setting standards for overcrowding or prohibiting overcrowding on the ships coming in. That's one of the reasons that those ships coming to Canada had so much disease, is because they packed them in and they gave lower costs than they did coming into the States. But the reason why is that of this immigration law that sets standards. They can only have so many people in the ship. It made provisions that limited immigration records must be kept, basic passenger lists, and that's what we all go back to now to look at when we're looking for immigration. Immigrants were landed on docks, made customs declarations, and went on their way. There was no real screening, there was no real record keeping other than what the ship's captains left as documents. Many were desperate Catholics, no skill, spoke only Irish and a smattering of English, and this is what was coming in to New York. Now these people, these Irish immigrants, as we all know, came in, and when they got off the docks, there were unscrupulous Irish waiting for them to scoop them up and take as much of their money as they possibly could. They had what they called runners, who would try to get people to go and stay at a particular rooming house, only to find out that we had 8 people to a room in that rooming house. It was horrendous conditions, and the government had not done anything about it up to that point. In 1855, an immigrant landing depot was set up. It was not Ellis Island. It was the Garden. This is something here. Clinton Garden or something like that it was called. Anyways. Castle Garden. I know it was in there somewhere. Castle Garden was the first thing that was set up there, and the tip of Manhattan Island, a former fort, which also was a restaurant and entertainment area. This is where they dumped all the passengers off, and where they were met by the unscrupulous people ready to scoop up their money from them. Ellis Island. Oh, sorry. This is what Boston ethnic early Anglo-Americans thought of the Irish. I mean, this was a typical cartoon of that era, or something like that. This is Castle Gardens, and this was, again, at the end of the period that I'm talking about that they built this, again, to process immigrants coming in. That went on until 1990, actually 1992, when Ellis Island opened up. And that is a picture of Ellis Island. I don't know how many people here have been out to Ellis Island. Quite a few. We were talking when Ryan and I first started talking about this. We were talking about getting a bus and going to Ellis Island and bringing it all down there, but it was out of the picture. It's too expensive, too time consuming. So most preferred to go on to other, get out of the city, go on to other destinations. How many read The Tree Grows in Brooklyn? Okay. That's also an interesting book that shows life, maybe overshows life in some ways in the New York ghettos and Irish ghettos that were in place in those days. There were some what I call non-funnel eastern points. I showed you all the many ports that they could come. Every one of those sailing captains that went like Gloucester or Portsmouth or any of those other little ports there were trading with England, taking furs and other things over to England. They were also getting a return pay by picking up passengers and bringing them in. They were coming into their own home ports. They weren't going into the ports that were being supervised. Philadelphia and Baltimore, they picked up about 5 more. Philadelphia was only 70 miles from New York, so the immigrants that they got usually came into New York City rather than through ships. Baltimore, they got some of the Scotch-Irish coming in, going to western Pennsylvania, Quaker, Pennsylvania. But like so many of these ports that would freeze in the winter, New York didn't freeze that easily, but and Boston did. But the river going up to Philadelphia and Baltimore had very little flow and would end up freezing. Tickets on those days were about 5 to 7 pounds for a ticket on a ship coming into Baltimore. Baltimore also was one of the first to do a canal and a railroad. They started going in over the mountains and over to the Ohio River as a means of getting into the inland, but that was not terribly successful. Another one I never even thought about, but surprised me, is New Orleans. New Orleans got quite a traffic of Irish immigrants who were coming over. It was a longer trip, but if you stop and think about it, you go into New Orleans, you hop off the ship, you got a river boat, and you're going upriver, and you're in the interior. You don't have the troubles, the travel problems that you would have when you're coming overland from New York or Boston or places like that. So New Orleans was at one point the second largest city importing or receiving immigrants coming in. Okay, where did Jeremiah come in? I have no idea. I have gone through the records. I have seen ship's records. There was nothing I could prove. There was no family that he came in with, nothing of that. So he could come in through any one of these ports. He could come in and come across to New England to the Hudson River. But once you got there, you had the Allegheny Mountains, the Catskills, the Berkshires, the Green Mountains, the Adirondack Mountains. They were almost impassable for people coming in with carts or wagons if they had a family. Particularly if you're on horseback, you could make it. But it was mostly mud roads, Indian trails, hard on women and families. Some of you know where Route 17 is. That's probably originally one of the trails that went in from New York up to Buffalo. And, okay, Albany. You are in the center of the spot where everything came together, the funnel came together, it all came down to Albany. They could come down from the north through the lake up there, I can't think of the name of it. Champlain, I'm sorry, lake of, and come Champlain, you got the Hudson River coming up from New York. Those that did travel across by land usually ended up in Albany. And the reason why is Clinton's ditch. Governor Clinton, 1825, I wrote a term paper on this when I was in high school, started a canal from Buffalo. It would go from Buffalo to the Hudson and on down to New York City. And I think we all know that history. If you don't, you can ask me about it later. But it had a lot of commerce coming in from the Great Lakes and a lot of passengers going up to the Great Lakes. This is a good picture of the canal. Oh. This is what we use for the test. Okay. Yeah. It's pointer on here. Okay.
You just tell me
my right hand. We're going to get to that. There you go. Okay, there's the Erie Canal, and there's a map over here on the table. I've done a big map, it's a railroad map. And the canal, the first part of the canal from Albany to almost Syracuse is the Mohawk River. And you can see that, I think it's up to Rome before they have to start really digging. From Rome all the way across to Buffalo, you get over to where it's Lockport. And there's a big outcropping of rock there, which is sometimes known as Niagara Falls, but it also comes across country. They came in down below Niagara Falls, they got to Lockport, and they lift up, and I'll show you some of those pictures in a minute. Over on this side was all mountains, so that was the Mohawk was one of the rare places they could get through. And this is at a time when steam was coming along too. And you'll find on this other map, a railroad map, there are a lot of short line railroad was coming in, but there was nothing going across. There was nothing being crossed about 1855 when the New York Central began to put together these short lines into a cross-country one. But in the meantime, travel was all along the Erie Canal. You can change it. Next. Okay, it's a picture of DeWitt Clinton pouring water from Lake Erie into Niagara Falls, into Hudson River. And they dedicated the opening of the canal in 1825. This is a picture of the Albany end at that time. And one of the first locks in Albany that lifted up just up to the level. You can see the dam over the back over there where the Mohawk was dammed up. And they dumped the lock over here. We're getting up to the next level. There's a number of locks along there. There's one in there that we took an American Canadian Cruise Line has a cruise that goes up the canal up to Quebec. And it's a very interesting cruise to take if you do much cruising. But there's one lock I remember and it was 40 feet high. And you go into that cavern, that cement cavern, the doors closed behind you, and you sit there, and all of a sudden you're coming up and up and up. The next thing you're up to the new level, and it all looks safe again. But Albany was the eastern hub on the Hudson River, and that's where all of these funnel people came down to that point to begin their travels up to the frontier lands. Frontier boats were comfortable, more comfortable than wagons, and they could be dragged at night, keep them going the whole time. Whereas you have wagons, you've got to stop, rest your horses, and rest yourself, and get ready for the next day. Unfortunately, like so many rivers or bodies of water, there were ships were coming in, and that's why most all the immigrants came during the summer months or the spring and fall months. But the canal, they couldn't operate in the wintertime because the ice would freeze it up and close it over. The railroads, as they started getting going, the government made them pay a subsidy to the canal operators in the wintertime, which I found interesting. Railroads were not too happy about paying for their competition when the competition wasn't working, but that helped to subsidize what the government had put in. Irish hands dug most of the canal, and many of them were so happy just to get work that they floated out and came out to those areas where work was available and did most of the digging. I think it was 5 years it took them to dig the whole canal from Syracuse out. There's also a canal that goes up to Oswego. This is just a picture of a canal boat. Low bridges, everybody down there heard that. It's the name sail on the Erie Canal. This is just a picture of one of the canal boats that were operating on. Okay, next. And this is manifest of goods that were being sent, shipped out, and which helped to make the canal boat more profitable. Okay, this is Lockport. There's somebody from Lockport. Not like for me. She can check what I'm going to say to see if I'm honest.
I went to high school 2 blocks from most.
Right. Okay, this was pretty steep. I mean, this is where they had to get up over that ridge that makes the Niagara Falls. They had to get up over that ridge to get up on the plain above where Niagara Falls was. And this is where they did it, in a series of locks. This is another picture of the locks in the back and a team of mules pulling a barge, and that's how they travel. But this was the best route, the safest route, the easiest route to go, and it was financially, it was only, I think, a couple of pounds or a couple of dollars to ride on the Erie Canal. There was also a canal that went from Syracuse up to Lake Ontario, Oswego Canal. And many people did go out to Ontario and then travel Ontario to Niagara on the Lakes, which is just below Niagara Falls. Okay. This is a picture of the Buffalo Port. So they actually, as they're building things, you can see some steam operations back there. There's a steam lift up in the back there. Oh, there you go. And some of the plants there, and then some of these other places where they'd be unloading. What they did is they brought goods, brought people into this, and the lake ships would pick them up and take them out to Minnesota or wherever. Once they got in the lakes, they could do a lot of traveling. You'll see a lot of them went out to Ohio and stayed there. My great-grandfather decided to stay in Buffalo, and he, and a person who seems to be his brother, at least from DNA it looks like it, or a cousin, the two of them worked the ships and were sailors on the Great Lakes for the first 10 years they were in Buffalo. That's how they managed to support the families. The Erie Canal ended in Buffalo, but it wasn't without some furor, because Black Rock, Buffalo, and Dunkirk all vied for the canal to stop where they were. Dunkirk was absolutely sure because they were getting ready to have a cross-country railroad there, but some tracks were being laid from New York to Buffalo, and Buffalo finally won out. This is the Buffalo Harbor as it was in those days. You can't see much of it, but there's a break wall there, and there's see the stream coming down there. Yeah. There we go. That was widened and became what they call the ship canal. So the ships coming in off the lake or off the canal had safe harbor in there. They eventually built a break wall out there that took off the bad weather from Lake Erie. Lake Erie is a fairly shallow lake, and when there are storms, it doesn't take much to whip up the whole lake there. I've seen 12 or 14 foot waves. I can't think what they call them. Not storm waves, they're just, we used to fish on them. I mean, our lines would go up 10, 12, 15 feet, just sitting right next to it. But that was a very rough lake. And a lot of people then decided not to stay in Buffalo. Buffalo was a harsh city in those days. I mean, they have stories. I've read a couple of books about Buffalo in those days. But I can remember one where they were telling how this tavern had a trapdoor at the back of the tavern over the ship canal. And if they got a customer they didn't like or wanted to get rid of him or something, they'd give him a good claw over the head till his brains came out, and then drop him down the trapdoor, and he'd float in the water, and they wouldn't know where he came from. But that's what was going on in Buffalo in those early days before they got settled. Okay, people were going on from there to the western frontier. Okay, this is a good picture. You can see the Erie Canal is really crossed out there, and there's from New York up to the St. Lawrence is the principal means of travel between Albany and Buffalo. It shows a good picture over here. But you can see where they can come down from St. Lawrence to Lake Champlain. They can come up from New York on the Hudson River. And God bless those that came over from the Berkshires and Boston. They got there, they were glad to see water again. So that's a good picture. You can see down below other canals that were being built. There's one there that's something outside Philadelphia that cut across the mountains there, but that came later. That was in competition with it, but they just barely got that started before the railroads came along and competed and finally put the canals out of business. We got one more. Okay, this is a good picture here. It shows you where in 1850 people were populating. Most of it was up in the northeast region. Most of it was near water. But from New York up through Albany to Buffalo, the canal, people populated along the canal. People populated lower New England, Massachusetts, lower Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, all in there. Those are all, you see how where the ships came in along there? All along there, yeah. That's where they came in, and many of them stayed. Those that didn't went over the Erie Canal, as it shows there. Many of them stayed along the canal and settled down there. And many went out to Lake Erie, settled along the bottom of Lake Erie. But they also had access to all the other lakes there if they wanted to go further out. And many people, after the Civil War, were given lands out in Michigan and places like that. And I know my great-grandfather, my mother's side, gave up his residency in Waynesville, New York, and went out and got a free piece of land out in Michigan for he stayed for 2 years, which is all he needed to stay to own the property. And I think he sold it and buried a child out there and came home again. Okay, that sums up what I have to say. It just shows to me that you have to be careful of what you're looking at and don't make too many great assumptions, because when it comes to coming into this country, there are many options that they had to come in, and many reasons. Some didn't go anywhere. Some really wanted to go out and get free lands in the West, wanted to get away from those crummy ports in New York and Boston and along the seaboards. There are many motivations, and there are many ways that they could come in. So my looking for my Jeremiah Fitzpatrick, I think, is almost a dead end, because I don't know of any relatives that he came over with. So it was just him and his birthday. Liverpool was his port of exit from over there, and his arrival was New York. So I mean, I can see Jeremiah is not a very popular or common name. So I can see where several came in, but I can't prove anything about it or where he came from in Ireland. So I am screwed. Okay, thank you for your attention. I hope that was good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 10 minutes. So what we should do is we can leave our seats, but take what you want with you. We're going to head towards the main lobby now. You can use the bathrooms in the back of the main lobby, but I'll be taking groups of people piecemeal out of the back of the lobby, up the elevators, to deposit you in the library. We're going to reconvene right there, and library staff are going to divide us into two groups. It doesn't really matter which one you go with, group A, group B. We'll try to split it as evenly down the middle as we can, and they'll direct us from there. One group is going to get a sit-down online tour real quick of online sources that you can use at the library, while the other will take a walking tour of what type of resources they have physically here at the library. There are great views. There's windows panoramically all around the whole library that's going to offer you a fantastic view today. We've been cooped up on this bright sunny day, but you'll get to see it out the windows and maybe press your face against the glass and wish you were out there. And then at some point, the walking tour will end. There'll be a 15-minute break, and then the groups will switch. The group that just sat down will have a 15-minute break, and the other one will go into exactly, yeah, vice versa. All right, so if you guys want, grab your stuff.
On your way out, I do have a map here that shows much of what I've said. There's also an interesting little article that I picked up. It's entitled "No Irish Need Apply." And it's kind of a poem. Maybe some of you have heard it already, but it's here if you want to read it.
We'll be coming back to grab other stuff at 4:30 when it all ends.
Good.
So, all right.
We'll come back and leave everything here.
Stretch my legs a little bit.
All right. So that's going to be it for the video feed for right now. Chris, it's going to end because the rest of the day will be off camera.